Hello everyone, it's Oscar here, and I'm joined again with Rod and Richard, and today we're watching The Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King, the final film in the Middle-earth saga.
Hello Oscar, this is Rod to people out there. Welcome again to the Middle-earth saga of films.
Hi guys, this is Richard, and I would just like to say thank you for joining us in this final chapter of the Middle-earth saga.
Believe it or not, this was actually the first Lord of the Rings / Middle-earth film that I saw in cinemas. I'd already previously watched The Two Towers and Fellowship of the Ring on VHS, and was becoming ever more a fan as I kept watching them.
What do you guys think of seeing Andy Serkis as Smeagol before he turned into Gollum?
I think it's brilliant. I mean, he was already... he gave such an excellent performance as Gollum in The Two Towers, so it made perfect sense to see him as Smeagol before he changed.
It was great to see him, and you can tell that they used a bit of his actual facial features in doing Gollum.
What's weird is that I read somewhere that this scene depicting the finding of the ring was originally going to be used, I think, in the prologue for The Two Towers. And it would have given us some context to Gollum's character for that film.
Well, the eagle can hold his breath for a long time.
I know. I wish I could hold my breath as well as he could.
Yeah, someone in fiction who can hold their breath for 10 minutes is Guybrush Threepwood from the Secret of Monkey Island game. And spoiler alert, that's the only way you can die in that game, is if you stay underwater for more than 10 minutes as Guybrush.
Huh.
But yeah, I think with having this in this movie, I think it was a good choice. You could have put it in Two Towers, because the moment where he says to Smeagol, and that kind of thing, some audiences will probably go, well, what does he mean, murderer? What did Gollum do? You know, what did he do as Smeagol? And this is a great way to show you in the next movie.
It's also pretty remarkable just how quickly Smeagol gives in to temptation and tries to take the ring. Whereas with Frodo and Gollum, there's always a lot of restraint and still plenty of humanity left in them when they have the ring.
I always get creeped out in the sinister, very sinister way that Smeagol says, "Give us that eagle, my love."
I agree. Almost as a way of saying that even before he took the ring, there was something very off about Smeagol.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think this kind of works more towards making you feel a bit of animosity towards Smeagol, because you see here obviously that he doesn't take too long to succumb to the ring and to murder Deagle.
And also in a way, while in Two Towers, there was still a great deal of sympathy to be had for Smeagol. The way his Gollum persona starts to take over, this scene shows us in more ways than one that he's pretty much too far gone by the time Return of the King comes around. My one minor nitpick with this scene is that we don't get any information to tell us where we are. I know where this scene is taking place based on the books, but if I didn't know better, I would have guessed it was in the Shire, even though it isn't really.
Where is it taking place?
It's in an area called the Gladden Fields, the same place where Isildur lost the ring.
Ah, that makes sense. So they kind of went out the Shire then to go fishing?
No. The Smeagol and Deagle's clan were actually native to the Gladden Fields. They were one of the few hobbits who didn't migrate over the mountains.
Murderer, they cowardice.
The other thing I love about this opening is all this sort of his transformation.
It's very creepy, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely.
Especially as you see him losing more and more of his humanity. Also, I just realised how much Gollum reminds me of Grendel from the Beowulf's poems.
He is a bit like Grendel, isn't he?
A semi-amphibious swamp-dwelling monster capable of murder.
All the stuff that he says about, forgetting the sound of trees and that kind of thing. Later, Frodo will lose sort of some memory of a lot of things that Sam reminds him of from the Shire, and I think that's a nice little back and forth, a nice little thing that's related.
That's a great point, and it also reflects what we see of him in An Unexpected Journey, that all of his riddles with Bilbo are based on what he's experienced in the 500 years of living up in the mountains.
Another reason to give a tick to the Hobbit films.
I think at this point, Frodo is starting to realise, I may not survive this. This quest has killed quite a few people I know. Because as far as he's concerned, Gandalf is still dead. And
True.
It's been such a tough journey, both for him and Sam. And that's where, the scene where Sam's like, "I rationed it. There should be enough for what the journey home." And I think Frodo thinks, "We're not going to go home, are we?"
Once again, another case in which everything the character is thinking or feeling is summed up in a look. Very concise visual storytelling.
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things where Peter Jackson allows his actors to play the scene and just say everything with a look. Again, you don't need like a chunk of dialogue to say, "Oh, I'm feeling this, and such is feeling that."
And the interesting thing is that Tolkien actually does provide a lot of speeches about how the characters are thinking and feeling, and Frodo has one about how he voices his doubts about being able to go home. Considering how long this movie is, I think being able to sum up those emotions concisely is usually better.
Well, in the Two Towers, you had the telepathic conversation going on between Elrond and Galadriel, and she is basically saying that the quest will take Frodo's life. And so even from their end, there's a bit of uncertainty as to whether or not Frodo will survive this journey.
Good point.
Oscar, do you want to tell us where they are right now?
The Hobbits or the rest of the Fellowship?
The Hobbits.
The Hobbits are in the outskirts of Ithilien, and they're approaching Minas Morgul, which used to be part of the Kingdom of Gondor before the Nazgul took over.
Yeah, I can see they're very close to Mordor now.
This music playing over the subtitle, The Return of the King, I love it. This is sort of what is kind of the music that has the very powerful and sort of, it creates that feeling in me whenever I hear it. And it reminds me of the music that was used in the trailer for this. And I actually think the trailer for Return of the King is the best trailer out of the Lord of the Rings trailers that were released.
Yeah, the bit where the camera pans up and the music really kicks in, and then we come to a really funny bit with Merry and Pippin.
I believe they did multiple takes of that scene with Dom and Billy displaying varying degrees of being high on their tobacco and playing it more subtly.
Yeah.
And I think some of the more extreme takes were too raunchy for a 12 rated movie.
I love the line. I feel like I'm back at the Green Gables. Putting my seat upon a settle after a hard day's work. Except you've never done a hard day's work.
I love that line as well.
I think Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan, they did become really good friends throughout the making of these films, didn't they?
Indeed.
Yeah, I get the impression it was an instant thing too. Like, it just seems like they clicked straight away.
But of course, this transitions to one of the most controversial yet well-received scenes of the entire trilogy. The voice of Saruman.
We're enjoying a few well-earned comforts. Salted pork.
Yeah, as bad as it would have been for Christopher Lee not to see him in this scene in the theatrical, I can understand his frustration. I'm just so glad that we get it in the extended, and if you accept these as the true versions, then you're definitely going to be satisfied, I think.
Still, I think if of all the scenes that were in the extended cut that didn't make it, at least this scene should have made it, because, as Richard has said earlier, no one's going to be bored within the first 10 minutes of a movie.
Nope, this scene should have been left in. I'm sorry, exactly. I just cannot understand for the life of me why the hell this was cut out. It just makes no sense.
It doesn't. And even as a kid, I didn't know what happened to Saruman. I just assumed he stayed in his tower as prisoner. But of course, based on everything we've seen, he's too dangerous to be kept prisoner.
And we even get a good scene from Théoden as well. I mean, I personally always like seeing more of Bernard Hill as Théoden anyway.
I love the intense rage he displays in that scene as he's shouting to Saruman what he will answer for when he comes down.
And Saruman's like, no, I'm not coming down.
Do you guys have any ideas of what Saruman was referring to when he held the Palantir up about something festering in the heart of Middle-earth?
Having read the books before seeing these movies, I knew what it was, yeah.
Well, could you remind me what it was?
Well, I definitely think he's referring to the fact that you have a vision that he was shown, and as we know, these Palantir, they kind of show you in a way what you want to see, as much as they show you what actually will occur. And we know that Denethor, later in this movie, we know that he has been looking through one as well. And so I think maybe Saruman is, in a way, referring to Denethor.
If that's what it is, then it definitely makes a lot more sense. Because I was honestly never really sure what he was talking about.
Because the Palantir, basically, I think the concept works like this: anyone who has one, they can communicate between each other as well as see, visions and that kind of thing. So I think, there's like a symbiosis to each one.
That does make sense. Speaking of closure, I thought it was great that they remembered to include what Grima's fate in this version.
Yeah, it gives a bit of closure to his story, and in a way, it's sort of a bit sad that he wasn't able to get out of Saruman's clutches, because if you think back to that tear that he shed in Two Towers when he saw the army, you know, it gave you an insight into the fact that, yeah, he's done evil things for Saruman and that, but, you know, he's sort of in himself doesn't want to do that or be that way anymore.
The other very important aspect about this scene is the fact that the way Saruman dies in this scene is identical to the Scouring of the Shard chapter from the book.
Yeah.
And even Grima, though he's killed by Legolas, is still shot to death by arrows, just as in this scene.
Yeah. Then, of course, we have a bit of a Dracula reference. In, I believe it is Dracula 1972 AD, I think it is, where it has a flashback scene of Dracula being killed, and he gets killed on a wheel of a carriage.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like the scene where Grima attacks Saruman because it shows he's not a complete coward.
Overall, do you remember much about the Scouring of the Shard chapter in the book, Richard?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I like the chapter. It's interesting that, you know, and I don't know if Richard's read it or not, so I won't reveal any spoilers, but there's a lot of things in it.
I've read Two Towers.
But at the same time, would you say that that scene in the book, its power there is conveyed well enough for the purposes of the film?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
It's interesting because
referenced and shown in Galadriel's mirror when he has a look, and Frodo sees the visions, and that's basically a referencing of the Scouring of the Shire chapter from Return of the King.
if you could pick a favourite location in the Lord of the Rings movies, in this trilogy specifically, which one would it be?
Minas Tirith.
And what about you, Rod?
That's a bit of a tough one. Yeah, I don't know really, like, if I had to choose right now, my answer right now would be Hobbiton.
Great choice. And actually, in terms of cultural richness and aesthetic beauty, I think my favourite location is Edoras. I'm a huge fan of Anglo-Saxon and Norse culture and mythology, and seeing the Rohirrim finally kick back and celebrate after a long, hard war, that was actually part of what inspired my desire to study and learn up on Norse sagas and Viking and Old English history.
Nice. It's good to see when you have something that sparks your interest in something else and you can seek it out and experience it.
Plus, I really do think that this scene in Edoras is really well done.
Yeah, I like the extra scene with Gimli.
Of course,
he
wants to prove game.
He wants to prove how much of a good drinker he is, and Legolas is like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll try this.
I also love
because Gimli thought, it was going to be a competition between him and Legolas, but Legolas is only taking a few sips.
And of course it leads to that great line in which he says, "I feel something. A slight tingling in the fingers. I think it's affecting me." It's the most worried he's ever looked, I think. Or it might be.
Now, I know this scene isn't exactly like it is in the movie I'm about to mention, but this reminds me of the scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark with Marion and the competition she has, the drinking one.
You know what? I never thought of it that way. Wow.
It's funny how you can see a scene in a movie, and even though it's not exactly like you remember from another movie, it still sparks your memory of something else.
I also think it's funny how Gimli just piles up his mugs one on top of the other, and Legolas puts them in a neat series of rows.
Yeah. For me, I have to say Bernard Hill is one of the actors in these films who really elevates the quality. I mean, they all do, but I think there's just something about Bernard Hill and his performance that that really kind of sort of adds something to to the film.
I feel you're right. I think it's in the cast of otherwise really good actors and actually very well invested extras. It takes a particularly great actor to raise the quality bar even higher.
I just love this
That's
scene
even
between
considering-
Aragorn and Gandalf.
Gimli's like, he can't hold his liquor. Ooh.
But yeah, once again, I think it's a great way of showing that even in the face of Gandalf's doubt, Aragorn remains the focus of hope and optimism, even for Gandalf. So even Istari Maya spirits, thousands of years old, need someone to remind them that there is still hope.
I'm glad that for this scene they lightened up the cinematography a bit to make Theoden's Hall a lot more welcoming.
I agree, yeah. Considering the sheer contrast between when we first enter Edoras and after Theoden's been healed, as it were.
Yeah.
I just realised there's a flashback to Smeagol's murder of Deagle within 20 minutes of having seen it.
With a bit of a difference.
I know it's a second, but
Is that in the theatrical cut? Oh wait, no, yeah, of course it is.
it is, yeah.
I just answered my own question there.
I guess what I'm really saying is that it's odd.
What's interesting, Rod?
Well, when we see that quick flashback, the way that it is lit is completely different to how it actually was. As we saw at the start, it was all bright and colourful. But because Gollum is reminding Smeagol of it, it's now dark and depressing when they see that flashback.
And
I guess you could...
I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I think CGI-wise, Gollum looks a bit more photorealistic in this film. I don't know why. I just think by this point they had the effects absolutely perfectly nailed down at this point.
You mean compared to Two Towers?
I think so, yeah. But that's just me. I mean, I don't know if anyone else has noticed that, but it's just the feeling I get from it.
Honestly, I feel very much the same way. I think there is something about his presentation in Return of the King which is even better than a number of shots in the Two Towers.
Yeah, and CGI does date, and this is a little bit dated, but I think in some ways it holds up a lot more strongly than it does in Two Towers. And bear in mind, I never criticise a film really for its effects. I just if I notice the effects get better at one point, and then I always feel it's noteworthy to point that out.
I think that's a good way of assessing it.
And really, what makes me like Gollum isn't really like the effects per se. It's really Andy Serkis's performance and the way how the character is written more so than anything else. And I'm really not sure how else they could have done it. To be honest, I mean, I suppose a guy in a rubber suit could have been possible, but really, I think CGI was the way to go. What do you guys think?
I think unless you had an actor who was fully prepared to go full-on Christian Bale in Machinist and starve himself to the point of being almost bare bones.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's something very animal-like and very inhuman about Gollum. So you can't. So I think even if you had the best, most dedicated actor who was willing to become extremely thin and endure all those harsh elements for the film, I think something would have still felt a bit off.
Do you agree with that, Rod?
Yeah, I think that you could have done it completely some guy in a suit, but there's just so much that Gollum needs to do that it would require so much more effort than what they actually put in with the CG. And what I mean by that is you'd have to have all this wire work, you'd have to have all these complicated wire work setups and that kind of thing. So I think it's great to just be able to do as much as you physically can with Andy Serkis doing the motion capture and the animation. But then there's a lot of things you need CG animation and artists to actually create as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And do you think Gollum looks a bit better in this film compared to Two Towers?
I think he does, and I think it's a part of the fact that they've been working on Two Towers for so long that when they finalised the rendering and all that kind of stuff and it was locked in for release, that the extra time that they had with the character for Return of the King would have helped greatly.
Also, this very tender scene between Aragorn and Eowyn, in which she refers to a dream about a great wave, that was actually, in the book, it was coming from Faramir, and the reason why it made sense, at least to me, is that he was actually dreaming about the fall of Númenor that was sunk beneath a great tidal wave.
It sort of reminds you of the mythology of Noah's Ark and how the world was flooded and that kind of thing. So in a way, Númenor was, flooded and that kind of thing.
Númenor is pretty much Middle-earth's Atlantis, once one of the greatest civilizations in the world, before succumbing to hubris and arrogance, before being drowned by the wrath of the gods. Even though I liked hearing it, I loved hearing a version of it in this film, it was a little strange how Eowyn is the one to speak of it.
Is it Faramir who says it originally?
In the book, yes. Still, I do, once again, it was another way in which Viggo and Miranda demonstrated their wonderful acting chops and pretty good chemistry between one another, so I wasn't too miffed by it.
When I was younger, there was a part of me that would have liked to have seen Eowyn end up with Aragorn, but at the same time, I know why that couldn't happen.
Indeed, I think there's always something about them that even a fan of Arwen and Aragorn like myself still appreciates seeing between Eowyn and Aragorn.
Trust a hobbit to go accidentally find out what Sauron is up to.
And the thing is, even though it's a bad thing that he's doing, it ends up being vital because, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to Minas Tirith.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Yeah. for once, the Tuck's curiosity it works out good for them.
And
But-
for
It's like
Frodo
third time's the charm. First it was Bilbo in Mirkwood, second it was Pippin in Moria, and third time here in Edoras.
Yeah. And this also helps Frodo and Sam too, because Sauron obviously thinks that Pippin is the one that has the ring, or that the ring has gone into the hands of men again, and so, you know, he's distracted from the fact that he's got two hobbits basically invading his home.
Once again,
I
I have
suppose-
to say, the way... Sorry.
I suppose if I saw the Palantir, I would be curious about it as well. I mean, if I didn't know what it was, if I was in Pippin's shoes, I think, and I saw it, I guess I too would, be curious about it and what it was and what it can do.
I think to be honest, if I were in Pippin's shoes, I'd be very curious about it as well. But at the same time, I love how both when he's being possessed by the Palantir and when he relates what he saw to Gandalf, I love how it is, honestly, again, pretty chilling. Especially the implication that he may have actually seen Sauron's physical presence, not just the eye.
Yeah. I see you.
And it's like he was interrogated, so for us it's just a quick experience, but, we don't know what happens when, he looks into the Palantir. Does, time distort and change? And so maybe, he spent quite a few minutes in front of Sauron being questioned.
That's pretty scary if you think about it. The idea that a few seconds in one place may be minutes or hours in the presence of Sauron.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's 100% what it was, but it just makes you think, because we don't see him get questioned. It's just him relaying that he was.
He will not risk the peoples of Middle-earth uniting under one banner. He will raise Minas Tirith to the ground.
Do you believe showing Theoden is still very reluctant to aid the Kingdom of Gondor works for this film?
Tell me, why should we rise to aid those who do not come to ours?
Yeah, I think carrying it over into this for a little while wasn't that bad of a decision, really. I mean, you could say, "Oh, come on, Theoden. What are you talking about? Go and help them." But I think what it is, Gondor, needs their help, and I guess once, even though the lighting of the torches wasn't Denethor's command to have that done, when Theoden sees it, to him it says, they're asking us for help. So maybe he preferred to be asked for help instead of being told he has to go help.
That's one way of looking at it. I remember in both cases, by the time Gandalf and Pippin arrive at Minas Tirith, not only have the beacons already been lit, but Theoden's already made up his mind to ride to Gondor.
Don't you understand? The enemy thinks you have the ring. He's going to be looking for your pin.
I guess you could say it's a way of giving more meaningful stuff for Pippin to do while he's there, as well as showing Theoden overcoming the last of his disdain for Gondor, for failing to be there when his kingdom was in peril. Once again, choosing honor before his bitterness.
Here, with Merry and Pippin going their separate ways, we sort of have another separation of fellowship happening.
That's true, really. I believe there was a line in which Merry says to Pippin, "We shall see the Shire again," and Pippin is a lot more teary-eyed during that little scene. I felt that would have been something nice to include in the actual movie.
Yeah, because that was in the trailer, wasn't it?
I love the line, if all the inquisitive hobbits Peregrine took, you are the worst.
I love that too. You definitely get the sense that this Gandalf isn't as patient for the hobbits' inquisitivity as he was as Gandalf the Grey.
I think too it's just in a really serious situation now. Like the depth of the seriousness, that's where they're at now. You know, they're at this really serious point now.
I can certainly see that. Yes.
Take her by your side slowly. A ship lies anchored in the Grey Havens. It waits to carry her across the sea. The last journey of Arwen drawn near.
Something about watching Arwen see her son from Aragorn, it has a very peaceful, calming effect on me.
I think it's a nice little moment. It shows us what people who have read the appendices of Return of the King already know, but I think for people who haven't read the book, this sort of still works, and I think it just goes to show the audience that Arwen is basically at that point. I can either continue and go with the rest of my kin, or I can basically say, okay, I want the life that I'm seeing the vision of now. I want to be with Aragorn and see a son and that kind of thing.
The scene is pretty much the flip side of Elrond's warning, in that, yes, eventually Aragorn will die, and eventually she in turn will die as well, but in the meantime she will still be happy. She will have Aragorn, and she will have a son. Also, this is a very quick cameo, but the elf who says, Lady Arwen, we cannot delay, that's Brett McKenzie, who played Lindir in the Hobbit films.
Yeah.
I'm kind of tempted to imagine that's Lindir in there as well, having gone with the elves to the Grey Havens.
You had a gift of foresight. What did you see?
I looked into your future and I saw it.
You saw
Yeah, I do quite like the scene where Arwen sees her son, and that gives her hope to think that, you know, it might not be over yet.
It definitely reinforces the sense of hope in the face of possibly certain death that Arwen embodies. And it's ironic that even though people say she does nothing in this trilogy, which is obviously something I do not agree with in the end.
Me either.
Also, this is the third and final time we see the shot of Isildur wielding the Shard of Narsil to cut Sauron's finger.
I just love the names, Narsil and, you know, Anduril, and just all these cool names that Tolkien came up with. And when I say come up with, I know that a lot of it was, you know, inspired by existing names, but still, I think they sound cool.
It's not the easiest job in the world to try and create your own fictional language and have it sound as realistic and consistent as Tolkien's Elvish and languages do. I tried my hand at it, and I realised I'm never going to be even close to that level.
And the other thing too, what Tolkien created was definitely a great example of using creativity to come up with such a realised world and such detail. And the good thing is, that's something that isn't just you know, something that only Tolkien could do. We've seen it happen quite a few times since, especially with things like Star Wars, when you think of how many, you know, bits and pieces there are in that franchise. J.K. Rowling with Harry Potter, C.S. Lewis with the Narnia Chronicles.
By the way, I really love the brief montage of the Elven Smiths reforging Narsil. Something about that just feels so incredibly inspiring. And once again, we have a testament to the brilliant visual effects of Weta Workshop with Minas Tirith.
Yeah, some of it was a set, and the rest of it was CGI.
And a massive miniature, or bigature, as the coin was termed, which to this day, easily the best fantasy city ever created for film. I may prefer Edoras, but at the same time, I cannot deny the splendor of the last city of the Men of Numenor.
Oh yeah, and this music too that Howard Shore composed, it's excellent. It was also used in the trailer for this movie.
That it was. What a perfect piece to get everybody excited for the movie.
Absolutely, and even the title cards that came up in the trailer to sort of like, you know, as they do in trailers, I even get chills from those.
Now, what do you guys think of Denethor's portrayal in this film, either as a standalone performance or in comparison to the books?
I think he's definitely very stubborn, and he obviously believes that there's no need for a king, that he and his, well, you know, when Boromir was still alive, at least, that he didn't need there to be a king. You know, Boromir in his eyes would have been the successor after he passed away as another steward of Gondor if there was no other king that came into the fray. And I guess in the book he's not as crazy as he's portrayed to be here, but I think, I don't know, I don't mind the fact that he's a lot crazier in this, because you take into consideration he's lost Boromir, who is the son that he felt was the best of the two that he had, and he wishes that Faramir died instead of Boromir, and plus he's been looking into the Palantir, and, you know, all these sorts of things combined with his performance and what his character is all about in this movie, I just think is a great combination. It's executed well.
Yes, I can see a lot of that as well. I just think he goes over the top in a few scenes, but overall, I'd say there are clear consistencies with his book counterparts. What do you think, Richard?
I think Minas Tirith looks absolutely awesome in this film.
Absolutely. Great design work.
I especially love the architecture of the citadel. It feels very much inspired by Romanesque architecture from Italy, or the temples or the Temple of Charlemagne.
I love that line. Say nothing of Frodo or the Ring, and say nothing of Aragorn either. In fact, it's probably better if you say nothing at all, Peregrine Took.
Yes, it's like, don't say anything about it.
I see a bit of Greek architecture in the way how this throne room is built.
For all your subtleties, you have no wisdom.
Actually, yeah, I can see that as well.
Do you think the eyes of the witch
There's
Mixed in with a bit of Roman and Byzantium, I guess.
yes, definitely.
with your left hand?
It's like a cross between a Roman or Greek temple with a Roman forum and Byzantine
Lives are there to
palace.
Oh yes. Word has reached my ears of this Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and I tell you now, he will not bow to this ranger from the north at last Ragnar.
But back to Denethor, Richard. How do you feel about John Noble's performance here in this film?
I think it's all right, I guess, but I
But
feel he
kind of,
does. Yeah, kind of over the top in some scenes, I think.
he might arguably be the weak link of the cast if you really get into the critical nitty gritty of it.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because he really is a genuinely great actor. But I think Denethor's characterization was just too over the top in certain scenes.
It's interesting because from memory, when Gandalf and Pippin come to Minas Tirith, isn't there like a kid or something that he hangs around with, or a group of kids?
Actually, yeah, there is. There was a Gondorian soldier named Baragon, and he had a son called Burgil, who befriended Pippin, and both of them got Pippin and us as the reader accustomed to the city. And we also came to understand how the city and kingdom came to be as it was by the time they arrived. And while it is a shame that they were written as a movie, there's only so much you can do with a fairly limited amount of time.
True, and it might have shifted too much focus away from the main thrust of the urgency of what was happening.
And considering Gandalf has been to Minas Tirith at least a few times in the past, it makes sense that most of the exposition about the kingdom is given to him.
Very impressive. So where are we off?
It's too late for that. There's no need. Help.
What do you think about the balance of giving time to each group of characters that are split apart?
I think that's important. It makes the story a lot more complete.
I think it's important as to establish that ultimately this is still Frodo and Sam's story as much as it is Gandalf's or Aragorn's or Merry and Pippin's. It was a frequent criticism about the latter two Hobbit films that Bilbo seemed to disappear for long stretches of the film. And while I do have some feeling and reservation towards those criticisms, I would still maintain that the balance in the trilogy as a whole between characters is still spot on. Or at least as close to perfect as possible.
The important thing, I think, is it's all connected too. Like, a lot of what's happening with Pippin and Gandalf certainly is related to what's happening with Frodo and Sam and their journey and all those kinds of things. So, even if they're not always interconnected, they are still spread out and given enough attention to each that I think it's a well-executed balance.
Yes, I'd say much the same thing. Also, I love the ray of sun that falls upon the stone Gondorian head wreathed in flowers. Once again, there was another way of visualizing hope in the midst of darkness and despair.
Absolutely, I'd agree with that, definitely.
And also reminiscent of the desecrated elven statue in Mirkwood from Desolation of Smaug.
Yeah. It's another connective tissue.
Indeed. How do you guys feel about several of the more quieter scenes between characters? Whether it's Frodo and Sam or Gandalf and Pippin when just before all hell breaks loose.
I like those little moments. It's a combination of character moments and performances, and it gives a chance to sort of get things straight in your head as an audience as to what's going on, and remind you of what's at stake, and also to have sort of like, it's almost like you're getting in the heads of the characters like you would in a novel, except of course in this case we're watching a film and they're verbalizing and that kind of thing.
Oh, that scene with the statue and that's been graffitied and with its head removed. I remember that from the book, from Two Towers.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, Richard, because most of the scenes with Frodo and Sam and Gollum up until Cirith Ungol, that's all part of the Two Towers book, isn't it?
Legions of Haradrim from the south, mercenaries from the coast, all outside the doors of Mordor.
Peter Jackson.
Oh yes, and it's not the only cameo he has in this film as the Corsair captain.
I think that's Rod's job to point out the Peter Jackson cameos.
Yes, he's done a few in his films over the years. In Bad Taste, of course, he played two characters. He played the main character of Derek, and he also played one of the aliens. And in Brain Dead, he plays the sort of like assistant to the in the funeral home. He's sort of out the back and is sort of like a scientist type thing, doing all the chemicals and all the stuff they need to do to make a body look presentable.
How do you guys feel about the Witch King of Angmar's portrayal in this film in general?
Oh, I think it was great to sort of like get a villain that's a bit more like Saruman leading the armies of Mordor.
Especially considering how in the first two films the Witch King was just one of the 9, as opposed to the supreme commander of Sauron's forces. There is a little bit of controversy that we get to later on involving how the Witch King was able to break Gandalf's staff. Do you guys feel like that was a slip up on their part?
I guess it kind of just shows how powerful the Witch King is if he can destroy Gandalf's staff. And for some people that might not be good reason enough for it to be in it, and if they do feel that way, that's completely understandable. I just find it as an issue that doesn't really hurt anything in my view, really.
I do like the Witch King, but I think his helmet might be a little bit over-designed. I think from aesthetically it's a little bit over-designed, and I would have preferred something a bit more subtle.
The ironic thing is that it's the original helmet that you see in a lot of John Howe and Alan Moore illustrations is actually kind of even more over the top in its own way, with the spikes stretching far upwards and looking very unwieldy in the process.
Yeah, that's true.
So I guess you could say there is no such thing as a unsubtle Witch King helmet.
The more I think about it, yeah, you have a point.
Personally, I really like the design.
Yeah, it's funny. It's one of those things I haven't actually thought about, to be honest. Haven't really analysed it or noticed anything to say whether I like the design of his helmet or any other design element of him. I love the
I do like
screech this gives off.
Yeah, and I do love the Nazgul.
You mean the Fell Beast?
The Fell Beast, yeah. I always get those confused.
This is actually Fran Walsh, Peter Jackson's partner, that provides the scream.
Imagine having to do that for multiple takes. No, Fran, no. I don't like that. Bit louder, bit louder.
Maybe it's a good thing that she doesn't go on press tours with a scream like that.
Yeah.
Still, York Armies it's just impressive now as it was 13 odd years ago.
I love seeing these orcs too.
I also like how there is a sense of visual distinction between the regular orc rabbles and these ones from Minas Morgul, once again being more disciplined and having a distinct armored look.
Do you think the Witch King sensed the ring was near, or?
I think he might have done, but at the same time, if he did, why didn't he go after them? What one may ask.
Yeah, that's true. The more I think about it, there's like so many moments in this film where the heroes become like getting close to discovered and the ring getting taken back, and everything goes wrong.
Indeed.
I think though that the reason that the Witch King doesn't sense the ring is because it's not being worn at any point that they're in the vicinity.
Yeah.
In this case,
he's got his army, and I guess his army to command, so he's probably like more concerned about leading the army, I guess.
Because otherwise, Sauron would know the ring was right there too.
Yeah.
Also, it was a very brief shot, but there was a tiny little stone shack, which, according to Jackson, was where the rat catcher of Minas Tirith lives, and you can see him plying his trade in the background.
Another Peter Jackson cameo.
No, it's not a cameo. It's more of a creative flair that was added to the background and gives the city more of a flavour.
And I think I love the build up to the Osgiliath battle scene. Like, we see Faramir's men like camped out, and he knows that something is in the fog and coming for them.
I definitely agree. That once again, something with incredible atmosphere is able to build tension and build up towards the actual attack. Now, what do you guys think of the Orc General, Gothmog? Personally, I don't think he was my favourite Orc leader in these films for quite some time.
Yeah, I think he's pretty cool. I like the fact he's only got one eye, almost. Unless, I've never been able to tell if he's only got one eye or if his face is kind of distorted and is covering his eye or something.
I think it's some sort of facial deformity that's covering up his left eye, and that's what's making him blind in that eye. Still, it was pretty radical to find that even among the even among the orcs, there was still some that were considered deformed or too ugly, even by orc standards.
Well, I don't know. With Gothmog, I think he's quite attractive.
Well, you know what I mean, Rod. How yes, even when you thought orcs couldn't look any more fearsome, this guy shows up.
I'd say he looks better than Aragorn.
Yeah, the ladies love him.
Don't worry, it's just my sarcasm and my cheekiness coming through. But seriously, I think
I know.
Gothmog is designed quite well, and he is quite a funny example of how even between orcs that look, as grotesque as they are, here you have such a deformed one amongst them.
I have to say, I love how brave Faramir is in these scenes. Like doing what he can to stop the enemy.
I definitely get the sense that the defenders of Osgiliath are the most seasoned of Gondor's soldiers, and also the bravest as well, which makes what happens in a few minutes' time even more tragic when they're sent to try and reclaim it.
And I like the slight look of hesitation before Faramir jumps in. But then he's like, "Oh, to hell with it. Let's fight these buggers."
Yeah, it's like you could literally see the fear washing over his face and then fighting it back to engage the enemy.
And considering that Denethor hasn't got off his ass and actually done something to help out, just speaks volumes about when Faramir, we see he's trying his hardest to, drive these back and battle them. And yet Denethor gets, it's like, basically treats him like shit for not, stopping them completely.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Faramir doesn't have that many men.
Exactly.
He's fighting his part in the war with one hand tied behind his back.
Exactly. And chances are the vast army we saw in the Two Towers gradually got whittled down or dispersed to other provinces in the kingdom.
It just shows how thinly stretched they are.
Exactly.
Oh, excuse me. I love the way how Pippin drops the torch, and then he grins, and then he realises, oh wait a second, I've got to get off here.
I love that bit too.
Another great moment of humour in this film.
And I love the music and the way how the camera pans over the mountains, and we see the beacons being lit. I mean, ultimately, if you think about it, that doesn't add anything to the story, but it's such a cool scene though.
I believe this is what gave Screen Junkies the impetus to say the greatest New Zealand tourism commercial ever.
Yeah.
All those shots of the mountains.
Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want to go to New Zealand after seeing that?
Indeed.
And imagine being those guys camped up in the mountains next to the beacons.
Yeah, that must have been the most thankless job ever.
Yeah.
You never know, they might get some wenches as compensation.
Wenches in ale.
Doubtful. It looks pretty far up where they are.
Yeah. Just a tad.
Still, this scene made my eyes glaze over in amazement in the cinema. That's how awesome it was.
Yep, I would say that Best Directing Oscar for Peter Jackson was well deserved.
That makes me think, what did Howard Shaw receive any Oscars for his music?
I believe he was nominated 3 times and won twice.
Excellent.
Once for Fellowship and one for Return of the King. Frankly, I think he should have been one of the Oscar contenders for the Hobbit movies as well. They were still technically the best scores to come out in those years, or one of the best. Certainly better than Gravity by a long slide.
I don't even remember the score for Gravity.
Well, you wouldn't want to. It was a complete pain in the ear.
Gondor calls for aid.
Rohan will answer. Muster the Rohirrim.
Easily one of the most awesome scenes in this movie. And honestly, considering this movie and how many legitimately great scenes there are, that's saying something. When Theoden simply says, "And Rohan will answer."
Muster the Rohirrim, yeah. Now, this is what...
There's a bit of thinking.
Oh, sorry, Rod, go on.
Oh, that's all right. I was just about to finish and say that there's just shows a bit of thinking before he responds.
Yeah.
There's definitely a sense of uncertainty, but at the same time, he still makes the right choice in the end.
And I kind of think this is what part of me thinks this is what Theoden should have done in Two Towers originally, but oh well.
This is something that is brought up in a few seconds, but I like how Legolas and Gimli both refer to the fact that Erebor and most likely Mirkwood are besieged by Sauron's forces as well, and couldn't join with the men of Gondor and Rohan in the south. I thought it was a nice way of acknowledging that the war was in fact stretching beyond Rohan and Gondor.
Oh, I love the look on Merry's face when Theoden says, "You shall be Meriadoc, Esquire of Rohan."
I know, he's like a boy at Christmas, isn't he?
Your kinsman may have no right to
That is one stubborn pony Pippin's riding. Merry, what just happened there?
Oh, it is. This is another shot from the trailer.
The shot of Theoden.
Yes.
That's right, yep.
Yeah, I think Bernard Hill, he just really absolutely nailed his portrayal as Theoden.
Also, that is a huge army of cavalry. Shots like that make me want to agree with you, Richards. Maybe they could have taken Isengard head on. But
yeah, I mean, I felt as though they had a bit of time to muster some armies. You know, he is the king. You know, it's like, I'm the king, you're my army. You know, come to me. Come to me and fight. But you know, that really is a nitpick more than anything else, and doesn't really affect Two Towers in any way, I don't think.
No.
I mean, what do you say of Faramir's skills and his men to still be fighting? You know, it's gone from night time and it's daylight now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love when his captain shouts Faramir, and Faramir like ducks around behind cover as arrows fly out. But yeah, I think it just says how brave and skillful Faramir and his men are to keep fighting.
And I love how, once again, this is a very well staged example of a very gritty, very intense battle with not necessarily the biggest scope or scale to it, but with such intensity and encapsulating the trench warfare mentality of these close quarter battles.
What's the name of Faramir's co-captain?
I think it's Madril. he was a character created exclusively for the movies.
Oh, so it's okay for them to create a character exclusively for Lord of the Rings, but not for The Hobbit.
Though he does have a much smaller presence than Tariel, it should be noted.
I know, but that kind of like hypocritical fanboy elitism just always irks me.
I know what you mean.
I love how Gandalf rides out to help them. This was also
It's the White
upcoming an
Rider.
awesome shot from the trailer.
But at the same time, even though he's riding with all speed, it's still a large plains across, and it still takes time for him to get there. Once further proof that he's not all powerful, despite his immense magic.
I love the music there too when his magic is being used.
That ability got its own name in the Battle for Middle-earth game. I believe it was Light of the Istari.
That's it. Yeah. Night of the Astari.
Perfect for killing Nazgul.
The west bank. Battalions of orcs are crossing the river. The Lord Denethor predicted. Long has he foreseen this doom.
I like to see where the soldier says, long as Lord Denethor has seen this doom, and Gandalf's like, yeah, but he hasn't done anything.
I agree. I thought that was a very strange thing, the addition of this other Minas Tirith captain, whose name really escapes me. He's not Baragond, and he's not Imrahil.
Not 2 days ago. Taking the road to the mobile bay.
I love this moment how they get at least some comfort in knowing that Frodo and Sam are still alive, yet obviously they don't know if they still are from the time that's happened since Faramir last saw them.
Oh, I hate this scene between Faramir and
Denethor.
Denethor, yeah, because I just think, Faramir's just lost quite a few men and comrades, and this is all Denethor can say.
And he of course barely escaped with his life, so that makes it even worse. It's definitely a very uncomfortable and disquieting scene, but at the same time I'd say it serves a purpose, showing just how far Denethor is descending into madness and self-delusionment.
Not if Minas Tirith were falling in ruin and I alone could save them.
Admittedly, after he went through the gambit of desiring the ring and realizing the consequences of that desire, when he says, "I will not use the ring," it actually does feel more earned in a way.
Stretched out his hand to this thing and taking it, he would have
That is a good point.
kept it for his own. When he returned, he would not have known this. Faramir was loyal to me! You dumb wizard, pupil!
And we get, I believe, another scene that Sean Bean filmed for this movie, and it only gets in this edition.
You're right about that, and it was a good enough scene to include his name in the closing credits of this movie.
Plus it shows you a bit of Denethor's madness visually as well. From his
Definitely.
perspective.
I'm glad we got these scenes because I think it fleshes Denethor out a little bit more.
I'd say so as well. and even as much as I despise him as a character, and for all the horrible things he does to Faramir, at least seeing his grief of Boromir consume him does instill a little bit more sympathy, enough to at least make me not hate him entirely.
Yeah, same here.
Well, you wouldn't want to
Oh,
fall off there.
if you have vertigo and fear of heights, you would not want to be on those steps.
I do suffer from vertigo and have a very very severe fear of heights. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to film that scene.
Well, even though technically it was a combination of sets and blue screen, they obviously didn't go over a deep canyon with a city and try to film there. I'd be impressed if they did, because it certainly feels like they did, but it's still part of the special effect, thankfully.
And I think this scene where uh, gosh, how can I forget his name? Boy, Smeagol. When he's reaching out, I begin to wonder if again we see more of the conflict in Smeagol and Gollum, and the whole thing between wanting to save someone he considers a friend or wanting to get the ring. But that's the way how I interpret that scene.
Well, the way I look at it is Gollum sees a chance to take the ring, and he's intent on doing so, but when Sam interrupts, he then realizes that he's got another opportunity to show up Sam again in front of Frodo by then, grabbing his hand and helping him up. So I think that for all intents and purposes, Gollum did want to take the ring in that moment, but Sam's interruption, diverted it so he could do more damage to Sam's reputation in Frodo's eyes towards him.
And I think it's also evidence in Gollum's eyes. The wider, more innocent eyes of Smeagol are mostly gone throughout most of this film. The narrow, more sinister eyes of Gollum are seen far more often.
Now, when the Witch King's, is it Galmarog?
Gothmog.
Gothmog. He says, "What of the wizard?" And the Witch King says, "I will break him." That implies that there's going to be a confrontation between the two, but you don't get one in the theatrical version.
No, you don't really. And of course, the shot of him wielding his fiery sword is considered one of the most iconic Witch King shots in the movie. And it's
exactly.
It's in the extended edition.
And seeing more Witch King, is always good, I think, because he's a cool villain.
This is
another
nice
thing
moment.
that I thought was, again, another scene that was greatly lacking in the theatrical release was the friendship, or the developing friendship, between Faramir and Pippin.
Yes, it was mine.
I love the matter-of-fact way he says that. My mum always grimaces when I use that line. I'm not likely to grow anymore, except sideways.
It's quite a funny quote.
And I just wanted to backtrack a little bit and say I got a tiny bit, just a little bit teary-eyed when I saw more of Sean Bean, because as you guys know, I absolutely love Sean Bean, and I love his portrayal as Boromir.
In contrast to the scenes in Edoras, where after Theoden has been restored, there's a certain degree of warmth and friendliness to the place. Every scene in the Minas Tirith Citadel feels very austere and solemn. It's hard to really imagine anything celebratory taking place here.
Fealty with love. Valor with honor. Disloyalty with
Another interesting moment visually is Denethor eating, and when it goes in a bit closer on his mouth and and just all those little bits of camera shots.
Once again, an example of an extreme close-up for creating an uncomfortable scene. And yes, it is getting pretty uncomfortable to watch him eat. Well, Pippin hesitates, and the Gondorian knights ride to their death.
I guess in a way it's just another example to show how selfish Denethor has become.
It's always hard to watch Faramir tear up when Denethor says he wished that he had died instead of Boromir.
Just goes to show he feels about his son.
Yeah.
It's like, you bastard.
And there are so many... David Wenham goes through so many emotions as Faramir. You think that maybe he's going to get angry or start crying, but he keeps it all inside. And I think that's probably my favourite acting shot from David in this film.
Oh, it's
great. I think David Wenham. Well, I'm glad I'm glad Faramir got more humanising scenes in this film than he did in Two Towers.
Oh, definitely.
Made me like. I mean, I liked Faramir anyway, but this film made me like his character even more.
No, definitely. I mean, I wasn't a huge Faramir fan, but this movie, even in the theatrical cut, made me like him a lot more.
I love the sinister little smile that Gollum has. Yeah, Gollum has after he opens his eyes to say, "The Hobbit is asleep, time for mischief."
Exactly.
He's like a naughty child.
Yes, even the way he just makes a face when he touches the lembas bread.
A modern sort of similarity to modern times is when someone's asleep and they put shaving cream in their hand, or it just harkens, well, not harkens, but it reminds me of modern time things of pulling pranks on people. Except, of course, Gollum isn't doing it for a prank. He's doing it because he wants to use it as evidence against Sam.
I have overall fairly mixed feelings about this scene. Yes, it does actually use a very memorable and funny exchange between Sam and Gollum, but what it leads to, I consider it what could have been the moment that broke Return of the King as an adaptation, when Frodo tells Sam to go away. In the end, I think it's like Jeremy Jahns says, like, you needed to have that moment with evil having its little victory and showing things having reached their lowest before things can start to get better. Plus, Fran Welsh and Peter Jackson also said that they felt that Frodo being alone in Cirith Ungol would have been a more intense experience, especially if you, as the audience member who hadn't read the book, didn't know that he was going to make it out okay.
Yeah, and to bring up something I mentioned earlier, I really think, especially in this scene, Gollum 100% looks like he is there.
He definitely does.
I mean, it's like Rod said, they had more time to like work on the effects this time around, and that's why I think that's why I personally think it looks like it's been rendered better. There's a couple of scenes where it looks kind of rubbery, and you can tell it's an effect, like when Sam is strangling and beating up Gollum. But for the most part, I really think, effects-wise, they really like if for these films they perfected Gollum.
How do you guys feel about the way Sam pretty much snaps and looks like he's about to beat Gollum to death?
I can't really blame him, to be honest. I mean, at this point, I hate Gollum as well.
Well, I just think that a lot of people in the audience probably wanted there to be some sort of reaction that Sam would actually go ahead and do against Gollum because of all the things that Gollum has been doing to cause the rift between Sam and Frodo. But I don't know if Sam would have gone through with it if nothing was intervening. I just don't know if I see Sam as a cold-blooded killer. But I think some audiences would say, yeah, you know, go Sam, bash him up a little bit.
If not for a lot of scenes that were in the extended editions, I probably would have still ended up disliking Frodo as a main character because of the fact that he does send Sam away. And what was even more shocking when I saw the special features, so that's a lot of the other takes Elijah gave as Frodo were a lot more angry and a lot more venomous. Whereas here he seems more subdued and emotionally dead and defeated inside, which certainly works a lot better than any of the other takes I saw.
I think they used probably two different takes to sort of like make it not as venomous, and that I'm not too sure on that, but that just sparked a reminder. I think in that moment they used two of the takes that Frodo had done of saying that, whether it was a portion without him speaking but still giving the expression, plus the one where he does actually say something.
How do you guys like this scene where the knights of Gondor are going to riding out of the city?
I think it's a wonderful scene. Very, very emotional, very subdued. Says everything that can be said about the situation and relates to how we as a people have experienced war, whether it's as recent as World War II or as old as the 100 Years' War. And even though it's a very brief thing, I really appreciate how Faramir does say that he is still proud to give his life to protect Minas Tirith, in spite of all the crap Denethor's put him through.
I like this scene because of the fact it shows that even though Denethor feels the way he does about Faramir is still loyal to Gondor and actually still wants to show that he can be a leader, but also partly he wants to prove to his father that maybe this is the only way he thinks that his father will see him the way he'd like to be seen. But I also think it's making you wonder, is Faramir actually going to die? Is this all leading up to his death? And obviously we know the outcome, and those who have seen it before do, but I think audiences seeing it for the first time would probably be worried for him.
Also, the imagery of the knights charging across the plains with the orc archers on the other side reminds me very much of the first cavalry charges of World War I, and how they were all cut down in the end.
Which was a war that J.R.R. Tolkien lived through.
Exactly.
He was a first lieutenant in the trenches.
He was, indeed.
I absolutely love the scene where Pippin sings To the Edge of Night, I think it's called.
Once again, another masterfully directed scene. Look, in spite of Denethor's table manners, the purity and emotion of it absolutely shines through.
And I absolutely love the visual of Faramir pulling his sword out and roaring.
Yes.
This is a nice song, and I love how Billy sings it as Pippin, and also the performances, but the editing as well, and the mixing of the imagery and the music. It's just another example of how well these films are constructed and executed.
Of course. They just executed the scene to perfection. I don't think it's over the top. I don't think it's overdone. I think it's perfect.
Yeah, and I like the way how he cuts to Gandalf sitting with his staff, thinking, "Oh, maybe I could have done more to stop that."
Indeed.
Don't need dialogue. If ever you need an example of not to have dialogue, and how to do it, that's a good example.
But it's okay because help is coming.
Yep. Even after witnessing something as terrible and tragic as that, the sight of the Rohirrim is enough to inspire hope.
Yes, it's the juxtaposition of despair against hope.
Indeed.
It just goes to show too that while there is bad things happening, as bad things are happening, good things are also on their way.
Indeed.
Now I will point it out when we get to it, but there is a nice little reference to Brain Dead.
Isn't it in the Dunharrow scenes?
That's correct.
Having not read the book at the time, I did not expect there to be ghosts and undead being woven into the story.
What about yourself, Richard, when you found that out?
When I found out there were ghosts in this film.
Yeah.
I didn't really think anything of it at the time. I was curious to find out, what they were and whatnot. And I like the fact that Aragorn is the first one to see them, because it kind of implies it goes back to that. It has a deeper connection because he's Isildur's heir, and they're the Oathbreakers who didn't come when Isildur asked them to.
And in parallel to Pippin and Faramir's friendship, we also have the budding friendship between Meriadoc and Eowyn, also quite well integrated.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it isn't all that dangerous. It's not even sharp.
This whole thing is another reminder of even those who might feel small in the world can actually have some effect on things and be able to do things.
Indeed.
And not just obviously, in stature, but those who feel small in the grand scheme of things, like, what can I contribute to the world?
You have Mary, who really does feel courageous and brave and ready to face the world, and Eowyn, who is just as courageous but doesn't know how big her contribution to the war could be, even if she did fight.
This whole scene too is another example of having humour that doesn't undermine the serious moments. So even though Aemma obviously makes a jab at Merry, that doesn't undermine the serious moment he just had with Eowyn.
That's true. Though Lord knows how much people would throw a fit when he would say, "War is the province of men," Eowyn.
Oh, social justice warriors wouldn't like that.
By the way, it was a quick shot, but that Puckle Man statue, the hunched stone figure, is actually the same one that appears in the Desolation of Smaug in the High Fells.
Ah.
Nice.
I guess that implies perhaps a cultural similarity between the men of the mountain and the men of Rudour.
Now, for those who may not have read the books, but you're watching this extended commentary, this is going to be a big spoiler. So if you don't want to actually listen to this without reading the book, please pause this now and try and see if you can sort of find out another way. But I'm just going to say, Aragorn in the book already has the reforged Narsil.
And the other big spoiler is that instead of Elrond being the ones who come from Rivendell, it's actually Elrond's sons, Elladan and Elrohir, backed up by a company of 30 Dunedain Rangers. And instead of the reforged Narsil, it's actually a banner bearing the white tree and 7 stars of Gondor and Arnor, woven by none other than Arwen.
Very talented.
Indeed, and I have to say, even though I understood why they streamlined a lot of this into Elrond simply delivering the swords to Aragorn, it would have still been awesome to see more of Aragorn's kinsmen joining him to fight Sauron and his forces.
I love the way how Elrond says there are those who dwell in the mountain.
I like that. And of course, the quick sight of the King of the Dead also still gives me chills every time.
They will answer to the King of Gondor.
Oh yes. Overall, Roz, would you say that having Elrond be the one to deliver Narsil or Anduril to Aragorn is a good way of streamlining the events in the book to be more concise and to the point, while also reinforcing Aragorn's ascent to kingship?
Well, yeah, I mean, the Anduril, Flame of the West, of course, and I think it's great that Elrond is the one that gives it to him because, Elrond, I think, even though he doesn't necessarily like the idea of the fate of Middle-earth being in the hands of men, I think he at least sees Aragorn as having the potential to be a great king. And I think that this scene also represents Elrond coming to the point where he says, yes, I think you're worthy enough, and so I'm going to give you the reforged sword, and that's going to be a sign of, if you taking this is basically you also saying that you are ready to go on that path, or you're ready to continue on the path that you were already on, but you were hesitant about while you're on it.
Indeed.
But yeah, I think it's a good moment, and I can understand if people who've read the book would have preferred it to be as it was in the novel, but I think this is a fair representation.
Compromise?
Compromise, that's the word I was looking for.
I was just completely wrapped up in the scene then between Eowyn and Aragorn.
Yeah, I'm very, very much entranced by it too. After scenes in this movie and most of Two Towers of their fairly unsteady relationship, I think they were able to end it reasonably well, and also while also being true to how Tolkien wrote it as well.
Yeah, and then we get a great comedic scene where Kim's like, "Where do you think you're going?" And then Legolas is like, "Having learned nothing of the stubbornness of dwarves." A great little comedic scene, which shows how far these three have come as friends.
Definitely.
Absolutely, and you know that Gimli doesn't take what Legolas says as offensive, and Legolas doesn't intend it to be offensive. He's just basically, having a jovial, comment.
I'm sure Gimli knows that he is as stubborn as most dwarves get, so I don't think he's particularly miffed about it anyway.
No.
Also, I love the visual effect of Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli vanishing into the darkness of the mountain.
And while we as the audience know that they're going to get help, of course, Theoden's men feel like they're being abandoned for no reason. Or, well, if not for no reason, they just feel they're being abandoned because they feel that maybe they believe that there's no hope. So that's why they're leaving them.
It's interesting how here in this scene, Theoden pretty much defers to Eowyn to lead the kingdom after his death, but I have to wonder, does he think that Eomer will also die in battle as well? And I bring it up because for most of the Two Towers and Return of the King book, Theoden and Eomer are actually fairly distant from each other up until Theoden's final moments of the battle.
Well, the thing is, I think what you mentioned about, maybe he thinks that Eomer is going to die in battle too is a fair point because, he knows what war's like himself. It's not his first time going into battle, so he knows that there's, of course, the possibility that he might die, that Eomer might die, or that anyone might die, but I think it's another example of him realizing that he's going to have someone in charge of his people if he or Aomer die, or if, whatever combination of that ends up happening as a backup.
True.
And then it also reminds you of what's at stake too with Eowyn deciding to actually go into battle, because if Theoden is sending her back to ensure that there's a leader for their people, but she's fighting in the war too, even though he doesn't know this straight away, it's like, well, is that sort of, dooming their people if she were to die as well?
Good point.
Now this location where we're at now, I can't remember the name of it, but basically in the Brain Dead movie, at the start of that film, when they get the Sumatran rat monkey that that bites Lionel's mother, basically this is the same location where that opening scene was shot.
And I believe the location was used for Skull Island in that movie. The same one from the King Kong films.
That's correct, yeah. Of course, this same very year that this was released, we had the first Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh yes, and to this day there's still a bit of a debate as to which undead army is better, the undead pirates or the dead from the Return of the King. And to be honest, well, they're different in the sense that these are ghosts, while the pirates are skeletons. So honestly, I'd still give the edge to Lord of the Rings in the end.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an odd comparison, personally.
Yeah, it's like comparing... Sorry, you go.
Because because one group is a physical entity of skeletons, and the other are ethereal creatures. So it's different effects to achieve different visuals. But yeah, you were going to say, Rod, before I interrupted?
Oh, that's all right. I was just going to say that to me that comparison is as kind of lopsided as comparing the ghosts of the Ghostbuster movies with ghosts from The Sixth Sense, or even comparing it to ghosts of Lord of the Rings. I'd say that the ghosts of Ghostbusters and the ghosts of Pirates of the Caribbean share this similarity where it's sort of a bit, in some ways, cartoonish. But not all ghosts in Ghostbusters are cartoonish, but...
Actually, I almost feel as though the pirates in the Disney films feel more like... They feel more in the same playful, cartoony spirit as the undead in Sam Raimi's Evil Dead trilogy.
Yes, the Deadites.
Exactly.
Actually, I do believe too that before Guillermo del Toro, after Guillermo del Toro went off the Hobbit films, I think Sam Raimi was considered. Not sure if he was actually approached about it, but I think he was a consideration.
I think he was considered, but he was never approached. Because I know that after Del Toro left, a swath of directors were considered, including the director of the last few Harry Potter movies, David Yates, as well as Neil Blomkamp, and less promising choices like Brett Ratner and David Dobkin.
So they didn't ask Michael Bay?
Oh.
They might, if they were desperate, they might have done.
Michael Bay would have cast Megan Fox as Toriel.
And now I suddenly appreciate Evangeline Lilly 10 times more than I already do.
And Shia LaBeouf as Bilbo.
Well, yeah, I think that would have been the absolute breaking point of the internet, and the point at which even Michael Bay would have gone too far. Let's be glad that reality doesn't exist here.
Yes, we might have been seeing busty elves. Not that I wouldn't mind seeing that in a movie, but not Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit.
No. Also, I love
Yeah.
Gimli's persistent blowing and swatting of the ghost hands away.
Yeah. I tell you, anyone who's played the Lego Lord of the Rings, this level is annoying because you do get attacked by the ghosts, and temporarily the character you're playing as can't move, so you have to switch to another player to be able to move around and attack.
I like the way how Aragorn says, "Do not look down," and then Gimli freezes and looks down, and you see those skulls. Again, the horror director in Peter Jackson is coming out, I think.
Indeed, but we also see that taken to some extraordinary degrees of excess when a mountain of skulls descends from the catacombs.
I can't help but think that's a bit of a reference to the Evil Dead films by Sam Raimi, where you have this over-the-top torrent of blood that rains on Ash. And I think in that sort of same spirit, that's probably, or it could be a potential reference that he's making with all these skulls falling over the top in an over-the-top way.
It's possible. I mean, there's certainly a similar degree of cartoonish excess and comedy to both scenes as well.
What do you guys think of the design of the King of the Dead?
I think it's awesome. And at the time, when seeing it in the cinema, I still couldn't really believe what I was looking, because I had a very vague idea of what Tolkien as a writer was like before reading about him in full. So seeing the King of the Dead and the Army of the Dead was a major "what am I looking at" kind of moment.
The way is shut. It was made by those who are dead.
Yeah, I quite like the ghost designs.
It's very cool looking, and I guess almost something that kind of reminds me of a scene that Tim Burton would probably try and direct, but I won't go too much into that.
I love how they did use men in makeup and prosthetics and elaborate costumes as the base for the Army of the Dead, and of course the effects to turn them into ghosts were added later. But they do look as though they could be right there in the cave with Aragorn.
Yeah, and I love the way how Aragorn just grabs a dead guy by the skeletal neck.
I know.
What say you? I love when he says that.
Right for us. And regain your honor.
It's also pretty funny when you think about how in the theatrical cut it just looks as though the dead agree and that's that. But here in this version, the King of the Dead decides to troll Aragorn a little bit, retreats, tries to crush him under skulls, and then decides, "Yeah, screw it, we'll fight for you anyway."
Yeah, it's like, do you want your oaths fulfilled, or do you just want to dick around in here for more centuries?
Honestly, I think the King of the Dead was considering dicking around for a few more centuries.
Now, not that I don't think this is an okay scene or anything, but I do think that, yeah, this whole bit with them not answering and then leaving and then this happening and then them answering is sort of like going the long way around to get to a point. If you know what I mean. So maybe that's one little conceit I could not conceit, but I could concede that as being a bit better in the theatrical version. I won't say that often about these movies, that something in the theatrical might be, a bit more apt.
And because even something as unique and unlike anything I've ever seen, like Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli almost drowning in a river of skulls. As cool as that is, even in the context of the story, it does feel a bit, pointlessly over the top.
Imagine being the guys who set up and put that scene together, though, and then finding out it was cut out. They're like, "Oh, we spent ages doing that, man."
But at the same time, I do like how that scene transitions from some dark comedy to a very grave scene with the Corsairs raiding the Gondorian city.
Yeah.
And this is Aragorn coming to his absolute lowest, emotionally and spiritually.
What I love too, and it's going to come up, but I might just mention it now. Some people were like, how come they just didn't use the ghosts for the rest of the entire film to battle everything else? And I think they answered that nicely in the film with what Gimli, proposes that very thing.
And of course, the King of the Dead protests by saying, "You gave us your word." Implication is, no, we are not going to fight. We would probably rather kill you than keep fighting for you. And Aragorn knows better than to withhold his word.
What I like too in these movies is the whole arrogance of evil, thinking that it's going to win out every time, all the time.
And do you believe that's represented with the vast scale of the Mordor army as they encircle the city?
I think so. It's sort of like, we're going to win because we have the numbers and we're evil. So we're going to be victorious. But it can also show how, even the good in a battle can still win, even if it's great odds they're up against. And I like this scene with the heads falling on them because it's horrific, it's despairing for the soldiers to see that, and it also harkens back to basically what they would do in battles against people. Like they'd throw all the dead soldiers back into the town or the village as a way to sort of like weaken them to surrender or to let them in.
And that was an actual thing that happened in history. Blimey.
Rohan has deserted us. You idiot.
Exactly.
I have to say, the seriousness of this scene is maybe offset a little bit by John Noble's kind of goofy performances as Denethor.
I think it reaches really goofy stages when he starts screaming, "Abandon your posts!"
Yeah.
Flee for your lives.
Abandon your post! Flee for your lives!
But I love how Gandalf. Yep.
Yeah, he is so done at that point.
I don't know if anyone
I
did
love how the
in my
guys
audience, but I think that might have been a cheering moment in some people's cinemas when they were watching.
Probably. I also love how the Citadel Guardsmen just stand back and just watch and don't do anything about the fact that their lord has been incapacitated.
No. And this is an example of where I think Gandalf the White really comes into his own and is a good argument for why I think, you know, Gandalf the White is also a great character.
Makes you wonder how the men of Gondor loaded those huge pieces of rubble into their catapults.
For me, I always remember how actually intense it was trying to defend Minas Tirith in the Battle for Middle-earth game. Gothmog has decidedly good reflexes when he needs to.
This music, man.
And cool. And the Witch King's like, oh, I've got to. If you want something done, do it yourself.
An example of how powerful the score is for this film is that I could actually just be doing something totally unrelated to anything to Lord of the Rings or whatnot. I could just remember in my mind how that music sounds and it gives me chills.
Do you feel as though the Gondorian soldiers got nerfed for the film, in contrast to the relatively staunch defense they put up in the book?
I'm not too sure, Oscar. I haven't actually read Return of the King for a very long time.
And I don't know either. And I don't know either. I haven't read Return of the King yet, so.
The impression I get from a number of book readers is that here the Gondorian soldiers are shown as a little incompetent when compared to the Rohirrim. Personally, I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, yes, there are a few serious blunders they make, but at the same time, they still mostly stand their ground, and they are a city that's not what it once was, having been fighting this war against Mordor for much longer than Rohan did against Isengard. So, yes, I do think they would start to crumble and break over repeated assaults.
Well, now that you've mentioned that and explained that, I'd be with you on that, Oscar. Because it would make sense. As you said, they've battled, you know, these forces longer than the battle at Isengard lasted. At Helm's Deep, I mean.
Another thing to be said about Gandalf the White is that he's probably a better warrior and frontline commander than Gandalf the Grey ultimately was.
I love this bit where Gandalf almost gets killed and then Pippin saves his life. Shows that Pippin's really coming to his own now.
Definitely. And Gandalf, who spent most of the film being exasperated at him, finally gets a moment to be proud of him.
Absolutely.
What are you doing, you useless scum?
There aren't that many great tacticians among the orcs. We did have Azog in the last trilogy, but Gothmog is probably, if not his equal, then possibly his superior.
You think Oh, sorry, Rod, go on.
Oh, that's all right. I have a feeling I might be along your same wavelength, Richard, but I'm not sure. But I'll just say, I'm not sure about that Oscar really. Like, I don't know. I'd have to see them fight each other.
Well, I think Azog is physically a lot more powerful than Gothmog, who obviously has a bit of a gimpy leg. He limps and doesn't appear to be that good in a fight.
Very true.
Still, I think his inclusion was a necessary one, considering that Tolkien doesn't really give a face to the orc forces attacking the city.
No. Sorry, Richard. What were you going to say before I interrupted you?
Azog is still my favourite orc commander in these films.
Fair enough. Find your aim.
Bye, Peter.
Congratulations, Gimli. You just killed the director. He sounded just like a pirate when he said, "Prepare to be boarded." Unfortunately, Tolkien specifies that the Armies were able to kill the Corsairs and take their fleet, and that was the point at which Aragorn disbanded them. From that point on, he was able to muster the fiefdoms of Gondor, and they were the relief force that saved Minas Tirith.
I just want to say that Aragorn used Army of the Dead, and it was very effective.
Pokemon reference.
And I'm not even a Pokemon fan. And I had just forgot that it was a Pokemon reference until you reminded me.
I used to be a big Pokemon fan back when I was 9 to 11 years old, actually.
As I remember it, this scene where Frodo goes into Shelob's tunnel was in the Two Towers book, and it was the final climax where they meet Shelob.
It was, and I believe you said that the way that book ended, with Frodo being captured and Sam being left on his own, was a great way to end it on a cliffhanger.
I think it was, but I can see why they decided to use that for this film, because if you hadn't read the books, then you probably wouldn't know what Shelob was or who Shelob was. And I quite like the fact that this scene is in this film, because it's a good way to build up tension, and it's got plenty of atmosphere. And you really think by this point, yeah, Gollum has properly left.
It's won, pretty much.
Yeah. And because I was wondering, what the hell is Shelob? And then when we finally see, I got very creeped out, because I'm not afraid of spiders generally, but I think spiders can look scary, and they really sort of sold that in this film, I think.
I feel you're right. I mean, I'm not an arachnophobe, but everything to do with Shelob, and indeed the way how spiders are portrayed in the books and the films, always creeps me out.
It kind of preys on our deepest fears of the unknown, what kind of like rustles around in the dark.
Exactly.
And there's something there, but we're not sure.
And I think, some might say that there's a bit of fear of abandonment, because we get the moment, of course, where Frodo realises that Gollum has tricked him, and he realises, of course, that Sam was right all along, and therefore Frodo's come to the realisation at that point that he's basically been abandoned.
Do you guys feel as though this scene where Sam finds the bread was needed?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's great I think it is good to show him realize the extent to which he's screwed up. but at the same time, would it be more powerful to show him just come back at the very end unexpectedly?
I think it would have done, but then again, people who get nitpicking, anal over details would have been like, "How did Sam get up there? So why did Sam, you know?"
That's one of the difficult things as reconciling the film version with the book version, because Frodo and Sam enter the Shelob's lair together. While Shelob attacks and pursues Frodo, Gollum distracts and tries to kill Sam.
And it was a fantastic scene in the book.
Yes, from what I remember, it was a brilliantly crafted scene.
And then, ooh, what's that in the dark?
I know.
It's one of Ungoliath's children, is it not? Oh, I could be mistaken.
No, you're right. She is probably a more direct descendant of Ungoliant than the Mirkwood spiders.
Cool.
Guys, we're going to need a hell of a shoe.
My quick
I think it's
thoughts
also-
on the whole Sam thing is that I think it's another example of being in despair and thinking all is lost, but then you find out something that makes you realise that, hang on, you know, either the despair you're in is false in the sense that, you know, you've gone down that path thinking things were one way when they really weren't. And I think him finding the bread obviously proves to him that he was right about Gollum. And I think that, you know, you could say that if he hadn't have found that, then maybe he might have on his own decided, no, you know what, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go back. You know, I'm not going to give up.
Possibly. As much as Frodo is shown to be consistently weakened and burdened by the ring, or frightened of the terrors he faces, I do like that he does get his fire back, as it were, and does start cutting through the web with the intention of getting Gollum.
I'm not sure how they did these spider webs, but they look practical and look like it's an actual gigantic spider web. And how they did that, I'm not really sure, but it looks brilliant.
I think, on the whole, they were practical, and they still look great.
Got away, did it precious? Not this time.
And again, the bits in close-up where you see Gollum's hands, that's another example of the physical performance from Andy Serkis being there on the stage when they were filming.
Oh. Where's the precious?
At this point, you have to. At this point, it's really damn near impossible to feel any kind of sympathy for Gollum. At this point, I'd say
You just want him to die.
At this point, I'd say he's exhausted every ounce of goodwill we may have had for him.
The thing for me is I sort of still have a bit of sympathy for him because I know that ultimately if Smeagol was given free rein over Gollum and the ring, and when I say over the ring I mean if he was able to be more powerful than the allure of the ring and throw it away, I think if Smeagol had the full control he definitely wouldn't go down this path. But, you know, he's consumed by the ring and Gollum is more powerful than he is and he gives into Gollum, and so I think there's still a bit of sympathy towards him because Smeagol still is in there somewhere. It's kind of like Darth Vader. You know, Anakin, even though Darth Vader does all these evil things, ultimately there is still something of Anakin in there.
I think that's a great way of looking at it.
What do you guys think of this moment? I love this. May it be a light.
It makes me wonder what kind of pipe weed Frodo is smoking.
I'm just wondering. I personally wonder if this was Galadriel's her powers of the mind being able to find Frodo and give him a little push to get back on his journey.
Well, I love this shot of her leaning in close and then picking him up, and the way that she pulls back. There's such a dreamlike, surreal quality to it.
I feel much the same way as well. And I guess the implication is that this is Frodo's dream, and that it's him waking up from a brief moment of despair and almost giving up.
So I would say, yeah, it's definitely a dream, and it's a symbolic thing as well. And I think in some movies, when that's the case, it can be confused for a logical error. Because I think there's some things in films that people try to apply logic to when the intent of the scene isn't to have any logic explored or executed. It's more emotional or symbolic.
How do you guys feel about this conversation between Merry and Eowyn?
I can see why this was cut out, to be honest.
Really? Why is that?
Well, I think it's a lot stronger for Eowyn and Merry to have their next scene, just before the final charge. And this is a good scene, but I think it kind of slows the film down a bit too much.
I believe it was their way of incorporating scenes and dialogue from the book, the way Tolkien wrote them, because he did take his time writing off the journey from Dunharrow to Minas Tirith before battle was joined. And yes, a lot of they're written from Merry's point of view, and it's Tolkien's explorations of how he was feeling in the lead up to the battle. So overall, I do like it, but I can see what you mean about it not being as effective as their Eowyn and Merry's moments just before they charge.
Now, some would say this is a plot hole. How come it went from daylight to night straight away? And I'm being facetious.
Joy.
It's called time. You probably have heard of it.
Yeah, the passage of time.
I mean, maybe to audiences of the 20s, if you showed them this and then that happened, they'd go, how come it changed so quickly? But I think we've evolved in our understanding of the language of editing in films that we can figure out that, yeah, one shot between the next, going from daylight to night, is just a way to jump from one passage of time to the other without having to show it.
And it goes to show that the men protecting the city have been fighting from midday at earliest to the very next morning, all through the night. By the way, I really love how there is a single flowering blossom on the white tree.
Again, another
Sign
symbol
that
of hope.
hope is exactly that all is not lost, despite what Denethor has said.
I think sometimes we can be too lost in despairing to actually even notice anything that's positive. In some ways, though, only those who have been through darkness and eventually found a way out can ultimately see light in darkness in a lot of other ways later.
I think that's very much on point, actually.
Denethor's gone completely off the deep end by this point.
Indeed. I think when he said heathen kings of old, he's referring to the cremation arts of the Black Númenóreans.
Oh, I love the way how Gandalf rallies the troops and says, "You are soldiers of Gondor. No matter what comes through that gate, you will stand your ground."
Even though in the book, the Witch King is actually the one leading the charge of orcs and men into the city. This is a case of a change that I actually thought was kind of cool, with the trolls being the first ones in. And of course, Gandalf's "oh crap" expression is perfect.
And yet he doesn't run off.
Ultra brief shots of Easterlings in battle. I love the incredibly loud and oppressive version of the Mordor theme that plays as the gates are breached and the army streaks in.
I also love this scene where Frodo sees he sees the Tower of Barad-dûr, I think.
It's
And
not Barad-dûr.
oh, Kirithung. It just looked like Barad-dûr from a distance, I guess. But yeah, I like and the way how Shelob is like creeping after him. She's
Once
silent
again,
but deadly.
no music, just the ambience, and it's so intense that you can feel your skin crawl.
You guys
I
might
mean-
want to see if there's a spider behind you where you guys are sitting.
Thank you,
Oh,
Rob.
ha, ha, very funny. Someone's a comedian.
And this is coming from the guy who has spiders the size of your palm in your country.
Yeah.
No, that's just the smallest size.
Wow.
I like the almost kind of twisted, loving way that Shelob wraps Frodo up in her web.
Yeah, there's definitely a very warped, perverse character to it.
Reminds me of when you are eating spaghetti and you use your fork and you twist the spaghetti around your fork.
Good point. Don't be so literal, Sam. At least you did let him go.
The choices of Master Samwise.
Exactly.
Ever the brave, loyal hobbits.
Ultimately, he's never one to give up on his friends, even if they do treat him badly.
Not unlike another hobbit who wielded Sting and went to the Lonely Mountain.
Hey guys, this scene ripped off Harry Potter.
I think it's pretty radical to think that that's, having seen The Hobbit, that is the exact same sword that felled a number of spiders in Mirkwood.
You know, the more I think about it, yeah. I never thought of it like that before.
That's the
When you have a
lineage of
visual
Sting.
context for these things... Sorry, Rod, you first.
Oh, that's right, I just had a comment, the lineage of Sting.
Exactly. But I also thought it was cool, now that we have a visual context for Bilbo's adventures in Mirkwood and Sam's close encounter with Shelob. Once again, yes, as you pointed out, Sting's legacy continues.
Oh yeah.
And I also love the very human way Shelob screams. As we know, real spiders don't make any noise, but everything about the way she screams makes her feel that more uncanny and unnatural.
Poor Sam.
at this point, I'm definitely feeling way more sad for Sam because of his loneliness and his despair than for Frodo's paralysis. And once again, Sean Astin absolutely nails the emotion beautifully.
And I guess this is the closest that Frodo has come to being almost a ring wraith himself, because he's, you know, very pale skinned here, and that's just a sort of observation that's not factual, or I'm not trying to say it's factual, but
it's a parallel nonetheless,
yeah.
And a very decent one at that.
Because as we know, when he was stabbed with the Morgul blade, you know, he did go a lot pale as well.
I particularly like this group of orcs. I think they've got a lot of personality.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, there's definitely something about the characterization of these orcs that makes them more memorable in my eyes.
Especially Shagrat.
It's funny, in the Lego Lord of the Rings game, you do actually have someone helping you when you're fighting Shelob as Sam when Frodo's incapacitated.
It's interesting. The two Uruks from the book, from Kirith-Ungol, Gorbag and Shagrat, are both Urukai, but in here, one of them, either Gorbag or Shagrat, is an orc. And this leads to a very darkly humorous moment when we see the conflicts between orcs and Uruks again.
Yeah. I don't take orders from stinking Morgul rats.
Exactly.
I like this little trick they do with the Pippin being thrown out, the roll, and then him coming up in frame. Basically, it's a stunt person being rolled, and then Pippin is already waiting underneath the camera, or Billy Boyd, I should say, to pop up at the right moment.
It's absolutely seamless.
I know. I was about to say, you could barely tell the difference.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known that until you pointed that out.
Yeah, because I think that's on the official audio commentary for this movie. Actually, I think Peter Jackson or someone described that was how they shot that bit.
Well, kudos to them.
I mean, it's a great way to solve the issue of, you know, having an actor who is that size versus an actor who isn't, who has to pretend to be. This is so haunting, this music.
I know.
Makes you think it's all over now.
The imagery of the orcs overwhelming the men and women and children being caught in the mayhem, it's the same sort of imagery that percolates across generations, whether it's Middle-earth or our world.
And now we get that confrontation between Gandalf and the Witch King.
The Witch King of Angmar.
For me, the way I see it, Sauron imbued the Witch King with some more of his strength, hence why he was able to break Gandalf's staff.
Ooh. Yeah, that is Terrifying.
Like Arnor before it, Gondor was poised to fall.
Makes me wonder though why he didn't finish off Gandalf.
To perhaps I'm not sure, because in both cases, the Witch King and Gandalf are about to engage in a duel when the horns of Rohan sound and the Witch King pulls out. Perhaps it was to organize the Mordor forces to meet the Rohirrim, or so that the Witch King could get up into the sky and kill Theoden.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a tactical decision that the Witch King made. Whether or not it's a good decision, is to be debated, but...
But to be fair, it also leads to quite possibly the best cavalry charge in the history of literature and cinema.
Gambling! Follow the king's banner down the center. Grimbo! Take your company right after you pass the wall.
After swimming through despair and darkness, Theoden
Arise!
reaches his
Theoden!
moral height at this point.
Shields shall be splintered!
I love this speech from Théoden. A sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises.
Spectacular, isn't it?
Massive army.
Oh yes, of course, that reminds me. Massive was the name of the program Weta used to create the vast armies of men and orcs in these movies, wasn't it?
That's correct, yeah, giving them each their own little objective within the whole scene.
Stab that horse or fire that arrow.
Oh, exactly, yeah, and how they respond, if this other AI character attacks you, you do this, and all those kinds of things.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
and this was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, it's just like in video games where you have, characters that are programmed to do certain things based on not only what the opposition is doing, but what the enemy wants to do too.
True.
This is a bit of an aside, but what do you think about the whole argument of CG being just sort of brushed off as being computer game imagery?
I think we as a movie-going and reviewing group, we tend to be overly harsh towards CGI. I agree that when it is used poorly or overused, then it becomes a problem. But it's used properly to create visuals and sequences that you couldn't perform with an actor, or with sets, or with real landscapes.
Théoden is using Glorious Charge.
Exactly. Another Battle for Middle-earth tool power that I used to deploy at will.
Yeah, I just love the sound when the horses clash with the orc army. You really feel it, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I love Gothmog's "oh crap" expression as the Rohirrim close in.
Yeah. And then the armies of Mordor scatter.
Your Grace, your son is starting to wake up. Should we abort the funeral session?
No, set a fire in our flesh.
Well, alright, you're the steward, my lord.
striking a bit of a Jesus pose there.
Yeah. This time it's more.
Jesus.
This time it's way more satirical than it is when Gandalf did it.
Yep, that's true.
You may triumph from the field of battle for a day.
Now this is the ultimate example of giving in to despair completely.
There is no victory.
Sometimes I almost feel like that's Sauron speaking through Denethor. You may triumph for a day, but against the power in the east there is no victory.
Yeah.
I don't think
That always makes me wonder if Sauron has taken Denethor over to some extent.
I don't necessarily think that, but I do feel as though those words from Denethor very much sound like the same words Sauron might say were he there.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. When I saw the theatrical cuts, I didn't notice that that Gandalf didn't have his staff. I don't know why, but then obviously in this version that's made a lot more clearer.
Indeed.
But I can imagine quite a few people point it in the theatrical version, pointed that out as a continuity error.
Probably. Also, I will say now, this is my least favourite part of the movie. Denethor running a mile and a half from the tombs of the stewards right to the very end, to the very tip of Minas Tirith, before which point he would certainly be dead.
Shouldn't have had that curry. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, I do agree with you. That was a bit silly.
I mean, just show him run off to die, and then do a panning shot, but lose him jumping over the edge. If I were to re-edit this film, I'd CG that out of the panning shot.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those moments where it's just like it's a thing done for sort of spectacle,
and no
yeah.
real sense.
Yeah. Because anyone else would be just falling and collapsing on the ground as they tried to run off, but ultimately they wouldn't get that far.
And here comes Hannibal, or Middle-earth's version of Hannibal.
I think the Mumakil and the Haradrim are my favourite part of the Battle of Pelennor Fields. And yes, this is pretty much like if you pitted Celtic or Germanic warriors against Hannibal and his elephants.
It's kind of interesting what the Romans did to sort of like stop the elephants. What they did was they allowed the elephants to charge through their ranks, and by opening up their lines, and as soon as they charged through, they threw their javelins at the elephants, bringing them down.
It's certainly a more sound strategy than the Rohirrim and their charge. Brave,
Yeah.
yes, but not very sensible. Especially with the Haradrim archers peppering them with arrows.
I like the fact that Jackson, he cuts to one of the Haradrim, the elephant riders, and the way how the rider kind of goes, "Ah!"
I agree. He definitely seems to be the leader of this herd, but also the most fanatical as well.
Yeah, he's getting a bit too much enjoyment out of it. And Irma's like, "Oh, I've had enough of this guy."
I have to agree,
I
I like
agree.
how they did that.
Also, we never see Gambling again after this battle. That's the last we see of him.
He doesn't die, does he?
I honestly do not know.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how Irma throws that spear and then the elephant crashes into the other one. It's kind of like almost a reference to The Empire Strikes Back with the AT-AT walkers.
A little bit.
Oh yeah. That's actually a
Still-
great, yeah, I'd never thought of that before.
Left.
Viggo
Yeah, I
Mortensen
love.
feels that you probably remember this, but Viggo Mortensen actually voiced his disappointment fairly recently of the Return of the King and how much CGI was used for the armies and for the Mumakil, especially in the climax.
Well, how else could they have done the Mumma kill?
He believes that the shooting and execution of the story was more cohesive in Fellowship of the Ring. I mean, if that's his opinion, I can let that slide. But at the same time, these are still very impressive visual effects, very well staged action. So I think he's criticizing a little unduly.
Yeah, I don't know really. Honestly, I don't share his opinion, but yeah, it's fair enough for him to have that viewpoint. But you know, it's one of those things you can't change it now.
Yeah.
And we see Merry get to be a bit of a badass.
Indeed.
One of those scenes that I think should have been left in the theatrical version.
Was Merry fighting his way through the orcs and the Haradrim.
Yeah. And we also get to see the Orc General get killed as well.
Yeah.
He kind of just disappears, I guess, in the theatrical version.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I have to say, with this extended version, there's some editing choices that they made with the theatrical I don't understand, and others where I can see why they cut certain stuff out. But I do enjoy all of the expanded scenes, though.
Oh yeah.
Yes. But thank God this was in both versions. Gandalf's speech about death.
Oh
Great
yeah, can you
speech.
imagine if they cut this out?
Such a great speech.
Yeah, imagine if this was cut out. That would have been just perhaps the worst.
Quite likely, yes. I'm honestly getting pretty teary-eyed just watching it, guys.
It's fair enough.
It's
I love
just
the way
executed so well.
Yeah, and Ian McKellen is an amazing actor, obviously.
More than that, you get the sense that even though despair is settling in amongst both Gandalf and Pippin, they summon their last ounce of will and courage to face the end, and that there is nothing to fear after death.
To me, the Witch King could almost be seen as a version of Sauron.
You mean in a very literal sense?
Kind of, yeah. You know, I think if Sauron could lead his armies, I think that's kind of like how he would look.
Very, very possible, but I don't think he is a version of Sauron. I think he is Sauron's representative on the battlefield, but
Yeah, well, you know, I don't think I meant it literally, to be honest.
at the same time, this is the same creature that brought an entire kingdom to ruin.
I love his mace.
That mace was it's a flail, actually, or a morning star. Either way, it's awesome.
Yeah, Peter Jackson kept telling them to make it bigger.
Imagine being the actor having to lift that.
That would be Lawrence McCoray, who was also Lurtz in Fellowship of the Ring.
Oh, is he? He must be
He is.
strong then.
Yeah.
But I suppose it was made out of kind of a special kind of plastic, like the armor, maybe.
I don't know. It might have been a sort of fusion between plastic and metal, because really, though, it was described as damn heavy in Lawrence's words.
Yeah, I can't remember if they had a certain weighted version that he was wielding, and then in post they enlarged it even bigger than what it was.
I love that line. Forgive me. There's plenty
May
enough for the
not
both of us. May the best wolf win.
I think that line would have been perfect in the third Hobbit movie, from Balin or Dwalin as they faced Azog's army. For some reason, I feel like that would have been very well placed.
I just love this entire moment that we're going to witness.
Yeah.
I'm not a man.
Oh yeah.
I am no man.
So awesome.
He kind of implodes.
Just
Yeah.
a bit, yeah.
15, 16, 17. I'm on 17, Legolas. Oh, those two. You gotta love them. Oh, there's that bloody orc again.
I love how in the background you can see the Oliphants rampaging behind Eowyn, but as the army of the dead advances, they start to drop, and at the same time, Aragorn and Gimli show up just in time.
Yeah, they timed that well.
Indeed.
Co-op combo kill.
Fatality.
And
Now,
this
of course, we
is
have the
another
grandest
example
Legolas
of
moment.
Oh yeah, here we go
Elf.
again.
we
Elf showing
return
off.
to Elf showing off porn.
I love
Yep.
this tops everything else that we've seen him do, including the Hobbit films, I think.
Oh, I completely agree. While in parts of Five Armies it got ridiculous, here it's perfect. I honestly
34.
think
34.
I honestly think it's one of the most
Wilhelm scream.
perfectly crafted Legolas moments in the whole series.
Oh yeah. I love how he slides off it at the end too.
And Gim's like, that still only counts as one.
Plus the music.
Yeah, Legolas
too,
gives him a look. Yeah, Legolas gives him a look as if to say, yeah, top that.
Exactly.
I like how triumphant the music is.
I think in my audience viewing, everyone started clapping when he fells the Oliphant.
I'm a motherfucking T-Rex.
Keep telling yourself that, Gimli. I just love how the dead swarm like ants over everything.
Yeah. Reminds one of images where you have all these termites going on someone's body, and then instantly the next shot is the body's completely eaten.
Yes, yes indeed.
Which also happens in the Mummy remake in 1999
Oh yeah, that it did.
with the scarab beetles.
And Benny.
But
Oh, Colonel.
in my opinion, there are three truly legendary and iconic death scenes in these movies: Thorin, and Boromir, and finally Theoden. All of them go out like absolute warriors.
I get chills when she says, I'm going to save you, and and he says, "You already did."
It's a very sad moment, and this whole thing leads into a scene that I am so glad is in the extended editions, the Houses of Healing.
Once again, like you said, Richard, Bernard Hill absolutely elevates an already beautiful scene in more ways than one.
He's an actor's actor. That's well, he's just brilliant in his craft, I think.
Exactly.
I can't imagine, and I think you guys would agree. I don't think anyone else could have played Theoden.
I don't believe so either. And it's what Richards and Sean and Bernard have in common is that even though, yes, you could make an argument that they look different from their book counterparts, they embody the character through and through, in spirit and in action.
I think it's a bit of an unfair criticism to make that nobody dies in these films. Well, quite a few people do die in these films.
Yeah, that just seems to. I can understand if you feel like maybe Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli defy death a few too many times for your taste, but there are still real losses. There are still real casualties.
But yeah, I do love the line. Very hand in a tight spot, these lads, despite the fact that they're dead.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like the subtle comedy that does sort of alleviate what you felt before, and kind of like makes you still think, oh, this is a story, and you shouldn't feel too heavy about it, because otherwise you'll be depressed in what is a big epic adventure.
Yes. I'm always in awe of the giant Mumakil, dead Mumakil that they built for the set on Pelennor Fields.
Those Mumakil are actually there?
Yeah.
Wow. Kudos to the set designers.
Yeah, they actually built a life-sized dead Mumakil, and it was a favourite spot for the actors to have lunch around.
Carl Urban's acting in this moment, man. Jeez, I tell you what. Excellent.
Oh, yeah, Carl Urban, wow.
I'm going to say now, a more intense and emotional scream here than Aragorn's in Two Towers. Even though I feel as though Éomer and Carl were both underused, what scenes they do have hit the mark every time in terms of acting and characterization. Also, the song in the background, that's actually Liv Tyler singing.
This is one of my favourite ones.
We do get a whole chapter dedicated to the Houses of Healing, but at least in the movie, the bare essentials are conveyed. And once again, visually, through emotions, through looks, through wisely selected scenes. And I'll say this: Eowyn looks beautiful whether it's in a dress or in chainmail. She always looks incredible.
And we get. Do you guys feel as though this romance between Eowyn and Faramir was rushed?
No.
I'd say it kind of gets the shorter end of the stick in terms of screen time, but what little we do have is still very sweet and very tender, and ultimately it does. If it makes you want to see more, that means it's done its job well. Sorry.
I like the fact that in this scene, in the extended edition when Pippin finds Merry. I like the fact it's edited differently with a different color scheme and cinematography.
It definitely gets the impression that he's been searching the battlefield for hours, and
Yeah,
when he finally
Kinda-
finds, yes,
kind of makes the scene stronger, in my opinion. If you think of it from that angle, it's like
That-
they're finally reunited, and Merry might die, but
Yeah.
he doesn't die. But you know, you kind of get that feeling. I think.
he doesn't die, but his absence from the Battle of the Black Gate is keenly felt in the book. So even though he is okay, he is recovering, Pippin still feels very much alone on the battle as the one representative of the Shire there.
I love the lines of dialogue between the orcs, implying that one sect is from Minas Morgul, I guess, and the others are from the plains of Morgoth.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice way of showing the disparity between orcs and urks.
Yeah. And I'll stick this blade in your gut.
But Gorbag neatly disposes of Shagrat.
Yeah. And then I love the line that he has when he throws him down. This guy tried to knife me. Kill him.
Nice suplex move. That's probably not what you call it, but that move in wrestling where they have their 2 feet together and they do it like a double kick type thing.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
I think suplex is
And
actually
I
a
just
grab
love
move, so I got it wrong.
I also love the fact that the orcs have just started. Like, there's no discipline amongst them, is there? They just.
If Sauron could roll his eye, he could.
Yeah.
He's
He's like, where's Saruman to make some 10,000 orcs when I need him?
It's like, wow, 60 years of building up armies and fortresses for this. What a day.
Yeah. The most undisciplined rabble.
Morgoth, how did you do it? Okay, now I have an image of Dark Lord envy between Sauron and Morgoth.
This is like one of those levels in a game where you have to ascend a tower and you have to battle people as you go along.
It's like
Yeah.
in the Lord of the Rings Two Towers game, where you can play as all the different characters and go up the Tower of Orthanc while fighting orcs, Uruk-hai, and trolls along the way.
Wow. Or is that the Return of the King game? Just to make
No,
sure.
no, it's Two Towers. It's a Two Towers game. And for the Shire. And that's for my old gaffer.
I love that. And of course, the shot of Gorbag escaping with the mithril shield sets up the mouth of Sauron scene later on.
Sauron hasn't got a body, so he needs orcs to act as his body parts.
Well, I think at this point he does have a physical form, but he's not going to engage in battle for, let's face it, understandable reasons.
I won't go into it here, but there is something I'd like to bring up in the Mouth of Sauron scene, so when we get to there, I'll bring it up.
Okay, do that.
Not if I stick you first.
That's the thing about having seen movies before when you do a commentary on them. Sometimes you start thinking of things that are scenes ahead.
I like how here without the ring, Frodo seems a lot more himself than he did back banging the step.
What was it again? Sorry,
And
Oscar.
then when
I was just saying, I really appreciate how just before Sam shows Frodo the ring, he is clearly a lot more himself than he was when they started climbing the steps. But again, another one of my favourite scenes is here when Sam starts to feel the ring's temptation.
yeah, Sauron knows it's near.
In some ways,
I don't know,
roles switched a bit.
Exactly.
yeah,
But it's still incredible. Even this close to Mordor, Frodo is still able to resist the ring's seductive quality.
Ring is my birthright. Strong Sam. Let's fight us up close. You can't go walking through Mordor and not wear your skin.
they made it into Mordor, but there's a shitload of orcs standing between them and Mount Doom.
Yup.
I just had a
Also,
thought
it
now.
has to be. Sorry.
Sorry, just quickly, I had a thought now that Elijah Wood has been in a Steven Spielberg produced movie before, and so has Sean Astin. Sean Astin was, of course, in The Goonies, directed by Richard Donner,
Yes.
but produced by Spielberg, and Elijah Wood was in Back to the Future Part 2 in a very small cameo in the 80s
Yeah.
cafe.
I kind of don't see cameos as counting, to be perfectly honest. Well, I mean, yeah, they're both productions, and yes, they were both in them, but something about them that doesn't really... It's not on the same level as Sean Astin in Goonies, is what I'm saying.
Oh, no, I was just pointing out the basic fact that they were both in a movie that was produced by Spielberg.
Fair enough.
Frodo has passed beyond the darkness.
Sauron had the ring, we wouldn't know.
And Saruman realizes, I may have messed up by sending Frodo into Mordor, but oh well, knock on wood.
Let him rot. Why should we care?
It almost, when Gimli says, let him rot, it sounds like, has he forgotten about the hobbits trying to get into Mordor?
Yeah. I'd say this is similar. This could be like a Council of Gandalf scene.
It sort of is, in the sense that in the chapter called The Last Debate, the leaders of Gondor, Rohan, and the last of the Fellowship debated what their final stratagem would be.
Cannot achieve victory. Strength of arms.
Not for ourselves. But we can give Frodo his chance. Sauron's eye fixed upon us. Keep it blind.
Certainty of death.
Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
I love that. This also leads to yet another one of my favourite scenes from the extended edition exclusively, when Aragorn and Sauron encounter one another with the Palantir.
I love it too. It's just one of my favourite extended edition scenes. I love what he says to him and all that. Yeah.
It's also it's a testament to Aragorn's will that he's able to resist Sauron's power, as well as the harmful effects of the Palantir.
Oh, exactly. And I think in the book it even makes mention of the fact that he can wield it without being, swayed by it. Well, I mean,
Because
he's able to
Aragorn is
understand it.
because he is of the men of Numenor, he's actually the rightful owner of the Palantir. But at the same time, I love how Sauron's able to turn Aragorn's attempt to intimidate him right on its head by showing Arwen unconscious.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the thing
It
about,
also
you know,
gives-
about it.
It
Men
also
of Gondor and Rohan riding together.
Men of the West, united.
Which is what Aragorn was destined to do.
Indeed.
Now, the reason I don't think this is rushed is partly a perspective thing, their relationship, because we don't see the full extent of their relationship that develops in the book, in the movies. So, you know, in the book you spend more time with them. And in the movie you don't spend enough time with them, I think, to really think of them as full-fledged lovers or anything. It's almost like they recognise each other and it's the beginning of a relationship. And carrying that information with me in my head, already having read the book, I know that there's much more made out of it too. So
it's a very nice, tender scene, though.
Definitely.
it is, yeah.
Another enjoyable aspect of this edition is Frodo and Sam disguised as orcs amongst the orc army.
Yeah, they get drafted into marching.
And of course, this is an aspect of the book as well that had to sort of be skirted over for pragmatic reasons in the theatrical release. But here it's also it's a brilliant mix of dark comedy and also intense suspense and tension.
Yeah.
Plus, I love how it's portrayed as an extremely brutal affair. That among orcs there is brutality, and among orcs there is a pecking order. That even this sort of orc whipmaster, even he gets scared when another orc overseer shows up.
Yeah. To the front line!
At least they're not singing "Where there's a whip, there's a way."
Oh, God. Where there's a whip. There's... Oh, no, I won't. No. I have to tell myself no. whenever those songs get stuck in my head. I hate it when that happens.
The song Whip It by Devo came to mind. Crack that whip.
It's also important to note that from the point at which Frodo and Sam leave Cirith Ungol and get to Mount Doom, I think it's spread over either several days to a week, or maybe even longer. Similarly, it's also important to remember that the Army of the West does take its time to get from Minas Tirith to the Black Gate as well.
Yeah, for people who complain that these movies are just a bunch of running around all the time, well, there could have been a lot more running around than what you're claiming is a very too much amount.
I know this is a horrible thing to admit to, but I always feel like hitting or slapping someone over the head every time they say the Middle-earth movies is just a bunch of walking and nothing else. I know that's a awful thing to admit to, but that's how much it drives me nuts.
Well, that scene in, is it Clerks? Clerks 2 it might be.
Clerks 2.
When I saw that, I thought to myself, anything that was argued against Lord of the Rings by those, you know, by the character who likes Star Wars could easily be changed in dialogue to reflect the opposite.
You mean to reflect Star Wars as being nothing but a bunch of action scenes, or guys running around space stations?
Well, kinda. You could level some of the similar criticisms at Star Wars that the characters in that movie give towards Lord of the Rings. I'd have to watch the scene
mean,
again, but from memory, that was one of my reactions to it.
I mean, in reality, if you boil down something to its basics, and for example, Middle Earth has a lot of walking, Star Wars has a lot of scenes in space, Indiana Jones has a lot of scenes about a guy being punched by Nazis. If you boil it down to its most basic components and try to use just one of them to represent your movie, then of course it's going to look incredibly biased and slanted against that movie. And that's where I take issue.
Absolutely. I do too. Oh, Jaws is just a movie about a shark. That's why I hate it.
Have you to actually meet anyone who hates Jaws?
Yeah, I definitely don't hate it. So I was definitely being facetious.
I do think some of the blue / green screen work of the mountain and Sam standing in front of it is a little weak. Like in terms of weak green screen effects, I know there are a lot of them in film, but that was the one I thought it could have been done better. But that's just nitpicking, really. It does lead to an incredibly touching scene of a single star. Is the star shining through the darkness? So a light going back even from the beginning of even from the end of the first stage is still watching over them, even in their most trying of times.
Yeah, I'd definitely agree with that. I mean, it's just one of those things where, there's always some kind of good thing waiting in the wings sometimes, even in moments where we feel that there's nothing. Nothing but
Perhaps.
despair or anything like that.
It's really humbling to see. At first, Frodo, he does definitely feel as though, when the film starts, he definitely does feel as though his journey will end at Mount Doom. And at this point, Sam has reached the point in which he feels the same way.
Yeah, I think Frodo realised before now that there wasn't going to be a journey home. But they may as well go together.
Exactly. Imagine any situation as a soldier in the Somme or any stage of World War One, out in the field without any means of communication or trying to get back, and you and just your fellow man out there with possibly no good end in sight. That always struck a chord with me, and that scene did much the same thing.
And the ring calling out to Sauron.
That's such a well done thing by Elijah Wood there. It's like someone just pulled his legs out from under him.
Yeah. I mean, some people find that a little funny, the way he just folds his arms and legs and collapses, but considering the tension of the scene, it's the tenseness of that situation overrides any unintentional comedy. At least for me, anyway.
Yeah, I don't really find it funny. I guess if you put it in a GIF and then put it online and put a bit of text over the top of it, maybe it'd be funny.
I also find it interesting that Sauron actually does see Frodo. He does see that a Hobbit has infiltrated his realm, but doesn't make the connection that maybe this is the halfling that has the ring. You have to wonder if it's overconfidence on his part or estimating his enemy incorrectly in thinking that they would still hold the ring instead of try to destroy it.
I like the almost eerie way that the gates open.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. Also, Rod, I believe you had something to say about the mouth of Sauron.
I did actually, and it's not quite at that moment yet, but I'll just quickly say that I think that Sauron, he's more concerned with these guys because he thinks that they have the ring now, and he's arrogant enough to think that they'd use the ring against him, and doesn't even think that they'd want a plan to destroy the ring.
Indeed. He believes that by falling into the hands of men, the ring would be held by them and slowly break down the forces of men from within.
Oh yeah. And the actor playing Mouth of Sauron is an Australian actor named Bruce Spence, and
he's practically unrecognizable here, isn't he?
Oh, he is.
Despite appearing in roles such as Star Wars or I think other Peter Jackson films.
He was in Mad Max as well, I think.
He was in two of them. He was in the second
and
one.
The Matrix.
That's it, yeah, The Matrix as well.
Wow.
What were you going to say about the Mouth of Sauron then, Rod?
I'm just trying to figure out
I
if we
think
went
it's the
past
way
it or not.
No, I think we haven't reached it yet. I think it's how he's presented in the film compared to how he's presented in the book.
Oh, no,
Perhaps.
no. Sorry, Oscar, I do remember now. Comparison between the Return of the King novel and this scene in the movie. In the movie, we of course know that Frodo and Sam are alive, and of course they think that Frodo and Sam are dead. But in the book, the reader doesn't know yet whether Sam or Frodo are alive either. So when you read the book, it's a bit more impactful from the sense of you don't know if Frodo's alive or dead, just like they don't know.
Indeed. But also, the death of the Mouth of Sauron led to an onslaught of people criticizing that scene, and some on the more extreme end saying that the moral high ground of Aragorn and Gandalf and the Men of the West was lost when they killed Mouth of Sauron, which is ridiculous.
Okay, they kill an evil guy and they don't have the moral high ground. Yeah, that makes sense.
It should be noted that the Mouth of Sauron never explicitly says, "I'm an emissary and may not be assailed. Here are my terms." He simply shows up to gloat and instill fear and despair in the men, not to properly treat with them. If he's an emissary, he's very bad at his job. In the book, yes, it does play out differently, and yes, terms are offered, but they still refuse. And that despite the allegation that Frodo and Sam may be either imprisoned or dead, they still fight out of defiance, out of a refusal to submit to Sauron's will. And of course it leads to this magnificent speech from Aragorn.
It is not this day.
I love how even visually, aside from him wearing new clothes and everything, there is definitely a big change in Aragorn's character now that we see him in all this regalia.
I bid you stand, men of the West.
He definitely feels far more the king here than he did as the ranger in previous scenes. That's when I really started to believe him as king.
He's fully accepted his destiny, which was to become king.
Exactly. But at this point, the importance of the Mouth of Sauron in the extended edition was indeed, if not to ramp up the tension for us, but to ramp up the tension for the men of the West as they face what looks to be an absolute slaughter, and that their heroism comes in not from defeating the armies of Mordor, but in buying enough time for Frodo and Sam, irrespective of the possibility that they may or may not be dead. At this point, it becomes more an act of defiance rather than knowingly buying time. And there's still heroism in both deeds, and that's why those scenes are still so powerful.
Yeah, they definitely are powerful.
Oh, this scene between Gimli and Legolas.
If you told Legolas in the Hobbit films that he'd be such friends with a dwarf back then, he wouldn't believe you.
No. Look how far he's come, as we would say.
Over the course of 6 films.
Yeah. Very commendable.
That's his 6 film.
Sorry, 5 films. Yeah, 5 films, I should say, because he wasn't in the unexpected journey.
That's true.
That is true, yeah. His 5 film.
Still a massive character arc, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the music in this scene.
Such
Music
a
and the
powerful
dialogue
moment.
and the emotion behind it is so incredible.
And I
At
like
first, sorry.
No, sorry, Oscar, you go.
At first, I thought it was as an 11-year-old, I thought it was a little strange that they started talking about strawberries and cream, not really understanding the weight and the context behind it. But now, when you realise that yes, it is these simple, homely pleasures that can be more powerful than any empty promise of power that the ring may offer. And onto you, Rod.
It also, if you remember too, earlier in the commentary, mentioned with Gollum and him describing through narration how he forgot the sound of trees and all that kind of thing.
The taste of bread.
Exactly, and that's a similar parallel in how Frodo says, he can only see all the evil, all the despair.
Indeed.
It's almost over. Just a few more feet, guys.
I love how the theme from Into the West swells as they approach their final destination.
Oh yeah. That, if you wanted to have a great example of friendship shown in a movie, I think you can definitely look to that scene. I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you. I think that's a great example of friendship on film.
Oh, definitely.
And Sam doesn't give up on Frodo.
And likewise, Aragorn doesn't give up on Frodo and Sam, even with Sauron's last-minute attempts to sway him over. For Frodo.
I love that moment.
Yeah.
And then the hobbits charge after him.
That is awesome, funny, and heartwarming all at the same time.
And the Fellowship theme is in full burst.
Full force.
It's in its fullest form.
Mosh pit!
It makes you wonder, what could have been if Denethor and, his thing with Boromir and that went differently. Imagine them seeing the destruction of the ring and Sauron's force forces being pushed back and defeated, and Sauron being thrown down and destroyed.
I like to hope that maybe the haze over Denethor's eyes would have lifted, and maybe he would have had the wisdom to concede to Aragorn as king.
Indeed.
Yeah, and when Gollum pops up again, I was like, oh, this dickhead again.
Yeah. I imagine my shock and fear and worry at seeing him again, because I hadn't read the book. I thought he had just fallen to his death, and seeing him here has never made me feel more anxious and angry and all kinds of negative emotions at seeing a character come back.
Foul beasts.
I have to admire Sam's endurance and perseverance, because
He's a hardy hobbit.
I think in the Return of the King game, Gollum is actually one of the hardest boss fights in the game, and you fight him as Sam because he packs a nasty punch and he's quick as well.
It's actually interesting you mentioned that, because in the Lego Lord of the Rings, the fight's quite interesting. You have Sam, of course, and when you're as Sam, you're seeing Mount Doom on the inside as it is, but when you're controlling Frodo, since he has the ring on, you see it through the shadowy world.
Yeah.
And you have to switch between
Deus Ex Giant Eagle Machina.
The Eagles are coming!
Deus Ex Giant Eagle Machina.
Say whatever you like about the Eagles. Here's where I feel their presence is most deserved.
Yeah,
and
that's
of course,
true.
we see the moth fletcher past Gandalf. So, in more ways than one there, sanctity as a force for turning the tide is still preserved.
And
Well,
the
a critic
thing
I
is-
follow called the Unusual Suspect. He says the reason why the Fellowship didn't use the Eagles to go to Mordor is quite simply because the Eagles are not a taxi service. And yeah, I think that's 100% true. They're not a taxi service.
and they're also not a cheap way of increasing tension, like a certain dumbass called CinemaSins claimed. In one of his recent videos on the Good Dinosaur, he actually said that's what the Eagles were for, cheap tension. Which could not be more missing the point if you had to go the opposite direction for it.
Well, the thing is, it's not like the Eagles take the ring from Frodo and then toss it into the fire themselves, is it? I mean,
No.
you know, if they really were this movie-breaking thing,
Cheap plot device.
cheap plot device, yeah. Why use that cheap plot device to just help out other characters? Why not make that be where the Eagles just go in and do it? It's senseless. It's pointless.
I love how evil Elijah Wood plays Frodo in this scene. But the ring is mine.
Oh, imagine how. Remember how you felt, guys, whether you've read the book or not, how overwhelming that scene was, how close we were to oblivion with Frodo putting the ring on. And yet, once again, I have to bring up Howard Shore. He crafted the perfect score for this scene.
I definitely agree, and yeah, as someone who had read the books, it's still one of those things that makes you realise how close it came to Frodo succumbing to the ring and not going through. Well, succumbing to the ring and then the outcome not being the ring getting destroyed ultimately.
I love the visual effect of Gollum almost floating on air when he grabs hold of. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's almost unintentionally funny, but at the same time, there's so much going on from a character and story perspective that you don't get lost in the moment.
And I just love the look on Gollum's face. He looks almost cute when he holds the ring up in the air. My precious!
After over 60 years of being separated, reunited at last.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the way Gollum sees the ring to its final end here compared to different versions that were suggested in the production and the book?
I think that the way it's done in the film is a good execution, and I have no problem with it. I wouldn't even have a problem if they did it the same way as in the novel, but you know, there's probably some people who are really gung ho about wanting that to be what happened in the film. But you know, I think they came to a good conclusion on how to do it and how to compromise, and I think it works for the film. And you know, yeah, it's not a movie ruining thing for me.
Certainly not at all for me. In fact, I understand its purpose quite clearly. Frodo had bore the ring for all this time, and in some ways it felt like him being put aside for Gollum to accidentally fall into the pit is a little underwhelming if you really think about it. I mean, I have no problem with this in the book, but at the same time, what we see is better than what they were suggesting originally, which had Frodo basically pushing Gollum into the pit rather than struggling to take it back. So in a sense, it's both Gollum and Frodo who still see the ring into the fires of Mount Doom. And I love that look Frodo gives Sam. He's about, literally and figuratively, about to let go.
It's kind of like, you know, Frodo, don't commit suicide. You know, come on, let's.
Exactly.
You know.
I mean, he probably realized what he did and felt like he didn't deserve to live after that. But Sam clearly forgave him for it, and in more ways than one, I forgave him for it too.
That's another theme that Tolkien has.
That of forgiveness.
That's true, yeah. And by the way, forgiving someone for something doesn't mean you're advocating what they did as right. It just means that, you know, you are aware that what the person did was wrong, and you accept the fact that that person knows what they did was wrong as well and took responsibility for it.
Precisely.
I think that shot of the Tower of Barad-dûr falling.
It's so amazing. From a visual effects married with emotion and grand storytelling is what this scene conveys to me.
Yeah, I love how when Sauron explodes, it's a bit like when the Death Star explodes.
A little bit, yeah. And you also get the sense of his spirit finally disappearing from the world.
And the appendices do talk about how, you know, not all of Sauron's forces died instantly when he was destroyed or anything like that. There was still remnants. So there were still battles after this.
As over the top as a visual as it might be, seeing the orcs and the Black Gates fall into the abyss, it's still so incredible that I don't really have any real qualms with it. One quick shot, and that's the last we see of the Nazgul.
And to think, if Isildur had done it all those years ago, Elrond would have probably died.
Him and Isildur both, very likely.
Yeah.
Or either, but I think we are meant to understand that the ring will always attempt to fully ensnare its bearer to the point at which the bearer has to die in order for the ring to be destroyed. And this was the exception to that unspoken rule, in that the ring bearer, Frodo, still survived, even if he didn't give up the ring as he said he would.
Yeah, but this does kind of begin what's a huge criticism level at this film, which is it has too many fake-out endings.
Well, here's my take on it. The fake-outs are unnecessary, and they are a poor choice of transition, but the actual endings, the actual elongated ending itself, I really like it. I think that all of those scenes are very touching and beautifully executed, and it's wrapping up not just three epic films; it's wrapping up 6 films. And imagine how much more conclusion it would give if the Silmarillion were to be made and finished in conjunction to both of these trilogies. The finality that goes with all of that, the trilogy, the Hobbit as well, and the Tales of Middle-earth, that's what makes it so incredible for me.
Well, I wouldn't really consider them fake out endings, because that to me implies that the audience is thinking it's going to end, and then they, purposely just go, no, but wait, there's more. To me, I see all these little endings that we see as part of one big ending.
Yeah, I like that way of looking at it too.
An ending to 6 movies. Because they are like all part of one big flowing story. And when you consider, I think that makes the Hobbit movies have kind of make this ending better, because if you add that weight to it and consider, wow, yeah, this is the very end, it just makes when you take everything in Bilbo's adventures and these guys' adventures,
and of course the sacrifices of Thorin and company, and the men of Dale, and the elves of Lorien, Rivendell, and Mirkwood.
Yeah, I can now for me the endings are good, and 6 very long movies of being wrapped up.
I mean, we do see
Also,
the creation of the ring, and so I think the ring has an arc of itself, of course.
Also, the beautiful image of the eagles saving Frodo and Sam. The eagles are Tolkien's metaphor of divine power. So, and when they descend from heaven, that is a very clear metaphor of God, or the gods, if you will, saving Frodo and Sam from hell, from the hellfire of Mordor. It's an instance of the religious symbolism being apparent for those who want to look for it, but at the same time beautifully constructed as well.
Symbolism.
And yeah, I see nothing sexual or romantic between anyone in this whole scene, as some people seriously think there is. Fair enough if you...
Oh, the amount of fan fiction this scene's inspired.
Get a life, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, please do.
How do you feel about Gandalf's expression? Some people say he looks scary. I think it's hilarious, in a good-natured kind of way.
I think he looks happy. He's happy. He's happy and relieved that his friend is survived.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Also, major credit for Frodo for recognizing Gandalf despite an almost complete physical rehaul.
And it's great to see them finally
Now-
in a time of peace.
The Fellowship reunited,
Yeah.
as close to reunited as possible anyway.
Yep. Because unfortunately, one of them died sacrificing his life in a very heroic way.
The-
And we'll never forget Boromir.
No.
No. There's also the idea of, when people would go away to war and fight and then they'd come back and, they've gone through an experience that no one else in the outside world who hasn't been a part of that experience has experienced themselves, and they can't really understand how that person who's been to war feels about things. And, to the person who went to war, the outside world wasn't necessarily a constant thing they were keeping track of. And so they come back and they're not the exact same person they were before they left.
Exactly. Something that Tolkien of himself knew of in great detail.
Now come the days of the king.
Aragorn's finally been crowned king.
He's no longer Arathorn, son of Aragorn. He's no longer Aragorn, son of Arathorn. He is now Elisar, king of the reunited kingdom of Gondor and Arnor.
Stake does not want one man.
And it has to be said, George R. R. Martin may criticize
Build this world.
Aragorn's lack of development as king, but frankly, I think that's missing the point. You shouldn't actively be wanting to see how he does as king and what his policies are. You ought to be swept up in the emotion of this scene, and for me, I am.
Yeah, I mean, after this, Aragorn became king. He tortured everyone else that he loved and knew. Arwen was, murdered by him, and he ran around drunk and drinking and bedding every woman in sight. And yeah, that's how he lived as king.
Okay, that sounds like Game of Thrones.
There, Martin, you happy? Now?
And for those people out there who think I was being serious, I wasn't. I was just being facetious, but it's like
I knew you were being facetious, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need to see his policies after being king.
But I do. Hanonle is thank you in Sindarin. So that's Aragorn thanking Legolas for his constant companionship through all the hard times.
Liv Tyler, man.
I know.
Swoon.
It still amazes me how beautiful she is in this film.
And to think she began her career, or one of the first things she did in her career was to play a character in Aerosmith's music video for Crazy, the single Crazy. And I don't think she knew at the time that Steve Tyler was her dad. I'm not entirely sure about that.
I love Elrond's face in that scene. It's like the angry eyebrows are fighting to start frowning again.
Yeah, Mr. Angry Eyebrows. Wow.
Agent Angry Eyebrows.
After all the epic and emotional scenes that have preceded this moment so far, I don't know if any of them are equal to this moment when they kneel before Frodo, Sam, Merry and Pippin.
The halflings that saved them all. And I just love Howard Shore's orchestration in this scene as well. It's the Shy theme, I think.
It is, yes. And I love how Sam and Merry are all in amazement. Frodo looks like he's about to cry, and Pippin is really soaking in the attention.
Yeah. As you do.
It's interesting in a way because even though Pippin has changed over the course of his journey, he does seem to be the one who has retained the most innocence out of the four hobbits.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's still the youngest of all the hobbits, isn't he?
He is, actually.
Yeah.
Even though, ironically enough, in the four actors to play the hobbits, Billy Boyd is actually the oldest. He just has a baby face, and Elijah Wood was 18 when he started.
I love the reactions to them as they ride through.
Yeah. The grumpy old hobbit from the first film, from Fellowship. So
And of
where have you lot
he's
been?
like, and of course, adventurers, he's thinking. Plus,
Where have
I
they?
love how just as Bilbo came back clad in dwarven robes, Pippin is wearing the regalia of the Knights of Gondor, and Merry, a Prince of Rohan, and Sam and Frodo come dressed like elves.
I like the looks that they give between each other. You know, these are four hobbits who have been through so much. You know, and a lot of the other hobbits don't, maybe not yet know exactly what has happened out in the outside world, and doesn't realise the turmoil
Just how
and
close
what they've gone through.
and how close the Shire was to being overrun. Again, a wonderful scene.
If Gondor had fallen, yeah. They had to save Gondor.
And of course, there's this wonderful, yet another great scene. Sam has faced off against orcs, Gollum, giant spiders, and the like. I think he can flirt one simple hobbit girl.
Took him long enough.
She finally got tired of Ted Sandyman's constant smarmy flirting.
I think this was actually Sean Astin's first on-screen kiss.
Is it? Wow.
I think it was, yeah. I think he did say in an interview or in audio commentary.
I'm sorry, guys. I always laugh when Pippin catches the bouquet of flowers, and he grins at the girl on his left, who's actually I believe, his girlfriend or his wife that he eventually marries.
Yeah.
And of course, Frodo knows that things are not going to be the same. He's maybe a little bit jaded and feeling like, how can I live the life I once had after everything I've been through? And I think we've all felt a bit like that at times. It's a very human thing.
Absolutely.
The closest I've had, maybe on two separate occasions to that kind of feeling, like, how do you go on with such an enormous change in your life, is one, when my grandparents passed away fairly close to each other, and the other was after graduating from university. Both had a sense of finality and great sweeping change that I really wasn't sure what to do or what to think from that point forward, up until finally realizing and understanding how to move forward. It's even though Frodo has been through much worse than anything you or I may want to face in our lifetimes, the core emotion is still resonant.
Yeah. 4 years ago, I think that line says it all, where it says it's never really healed since Weathertop.
True.
Of course, I love this little bit of kind of meta type thing.
I love it too. And what amazes me is the fact that even Tolkien had incorporated this metatextual element in his work as well.
Just brilliant. I love it's one of those things that it's like, yep, that's good.
I have to say it's much harder to see old Bilbo, very old Bilbo in Frodo's arms now.
It's good makeup on Ian Holm.
I know. He looks exactly like my grandfather did at the age of 93.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm afraid I lost it. Well, yeah, I suppose that's one way of putting it. But I don't think Bilbo ever really knew just what the ring actually was.
I think in the book he understood what it was in the end because he was invited to the Council of Elrond, and actually he was the first to volunteer to take the ring, but Gandalf said, no, you are too old for this. You may have started this, but we're not going to let you finish it.
Yeah.
Or something to that effect.
That's it, yeah. And you get the kind of sense that, even though he asks about the ring, in some ways he's probably forgotten a little bit of some things, like, not that he's got Alzheimer's or something, but I sort of get the sense that maybe he doesn't remember how much the ring can actually affect you.
Quite possibly, yes.
Or is it a part of Bilbo wishing he had it back so he could,
de-age himself?
Exactly.
Well, there is a certain... Well, maybe that's a little bit of the dwarves having adversely affected him in wanting the ring back to restore his youth. But at the end, hang on, this line here.
Quite ready for another adventure.
I just had a
I see
flashback
that
in
as
my
a
mind.
perfect. I saw Bilbo's "I'm going on an adventure" line from An Unexpected Journey. To me, I thought that was a nice. It became a callback, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
Yeah.
So in a sense, this scene ties into An Unexpected Journey and Bilbo rushing out of Bag End all those years ago.
And for us, that was only last weekend.
Mm.
If I were Jack Nicholson at this point, I wouldn't be watching this bit.
Why?
Why not?
Because he famously said, he said that, he said to someone, I don't know which actor it was, but he said, it was a great movie, but it just had too many endings.
Well, okay. At least he said that it was a great movie. That's what I take away from it. I don't agree it had too many endings, though.
I mean, if a different studio was involved or different powers that be were at work, that the movie might have ended just with the ring being destroyed, and then you see a little bit of happiness, and then the end.
Possibly.
Because in some movies, the ending's pretty quick.
True. But because there's so much more that needs to be done before it really ends, you can't end it with the ring being destroyed or with Aragorn being crowned king. And we see here the legacy of the Tales of Middle-earth that Bilbo began, that Frodo continued, and Sam would continue as well after they were gone. This ties into what you said earlier, Rod, about everybody having a story to tell in Middle-earth.
That's true. In a way, it's sort of like life, you know, we all have a part to play in the story of our lives, and, you know, when we're no longer in the story still goes on.
Yes.
Now, some people might already know this listening, but for those who don't, there was a big stuff up when they first filmed this scene with them all crying. I think the camera was out of focus the whole time or something, and so they all had to reconvene another day, and I think it was another day, and redo the whole scene again.
Wow.
Imagine being one of the actors and completely in the moment when you do that scene, and then finding out you have to do it again.
To me, well, the last bit of scene ever filmed was a pickup shot with Frodo saying, "There's room for a little more," and Peter Jackson just constantly saying, "All right, let's do it again and again." It was a definite sense of not wanting to let go until he finally said the phrase, "Check the gates," which means let's look at the film and get it to the editing bay. And that's when Elijah and Peter really had one of the most emotional, heartfelt, behind-the-scenes moments I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, you know, check the gate for any hair that might have got in, and then finalise, and it adds a bit of finality to their journey, or what they perceive to be the finality. Of course, we know now that they were able to go back and do The Hobbit, and so there's a bit of a reunion there between Elijah Wood and Peter Jackson, as well as Ian Holm and Ian McKellen.
Ian McKellen, yes. But still, yeah. But with all that said, the sense of finality this moment instills is still not lost, even with the Hobbit trilogy, and even if there is a Silmarillion ever made. I really do like the smile Frodo gives Sam, Merry, and Pippin, as if to say thank you for staying by me through thick and thin. And it's that last, instead of tears in his eyes, the last they will remember of him was going out with a smile.
Exactly.
This scene with Sam walking through Bag End, is that in the theatrical version?
This is in the theatrical version as well, but that's not Bag End. That is actually Sam's house. Even though,
right, okay.
Though to be perfectly honest, they should have entered it in Bag End, because Tolkien actually said in Frodo's will, Sam and his family got the house. Now imagine how circular that would have been. The saga started in Bag End and ended on the door of Bag End. But at least they kept Sam's final line. "Well, I'm back."
Yeah, I like how they ended on that.
Best third film in a trilogy of all time.
Next to Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, I think better than Dark Knight Rises, my friend. Feel it for you to disagree, but honestly, Return of the King takes the cake.
I'll say it's one of.
Yeah, I'd say it's one of.
Fair enough.
I mean, when I am faced with a difficult question over movies like that, I sort of tend to go to the way of saying one of the, not B overall.
Fair enough. I love the what just as with the Battle of Five Armies. I love the closing credits and the artwork style of Howard Shaw. John Howe and Alan Moore, and the beautiful, beautiful song "Into the West" by Annie Lennox. It's hard to say which one of the Lord of the Rings songs I prefer, "May It Be" or "Into the West," but this one makes a very strong case.
Wouldn't it be so cool to have, all the images that we see in this credit sequence? Imagine having a big wall print that actually had them all on the one print.
Oh, that would be insane. I don't know how much that would cost, but I would try to gather the sums to pay for that, to put up in my house.
That'd be so awesome, just a whole wall.
So yeah, if from my standpoint, there is no question as to why this film went 11 for 11 at the Oscars, took home Best Director and Best Picture. It was, for me at least, the crowning cinematic achievement, if not of that year, then perhaps the entire 2000s and for many decades before and since.
Sean Bean.
It's great that they did include him. And even though Martin Sokas doesn't get a portrait as Celeborn, I still consider his presence a much welcome one.
Oh, definitely. And I hear that that Gandalf was the one that said, "Don't paint his picture."
Ah ha ha, cheeky blighter.
I'd just like to
I don't know.
applaud everyone who worked on this film.
Yeah, what do you think of doing a standing ovation, guys?
As an actually clapping.
Yeah.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know what to say, really.
Me neither. I mean, everything. I guess I'll start by saying that The Lord of the Rings is a trilogy that will live as long as film and art lives, whether it's in film or book form. And The Return of the King pays enormous tribute to the world and characters that J.R.R. Tolkien created, and it's considered one of the great cinematic achievements for a reason. It gave us so much. It inspired so many people. It solidified my love of Tolkien and began my long, eventful journey as a Tolkien fan. And while I may fall out of love with Star Wars or superheroes or what have you, my love of Tolkien endures and always will do.
Yeah, and I sort of think, myself, I love horror movies and that kind of thing, but, the Lord of the Rings movies and the Hobbit films and the Tolkien, the whole shebang is still up there with one of my favourite franchises of all time. And, I like to have multiple franchises that I am a fan of, and there's certainly a lot, and I'd say Lord of the Rings is definitely up there and most likely the top 10.
I'd say it's my number one favorite book or film series for all of the reasons you stated. And to elaborate on your point, it's incredible that all of this was recreated by not just a great novelist, but also was brought to screen by a man whose primary experience was horror direction. I'm not as much a horror fan as you, and to be honest, if I was a teenager in the early 2000s, I don't know how I would have seen it come from a man with his background.
Well, I suggest a good book to read is Peter Jackson's A Filmmaker's Journey, and it goes through a lot of stuff from when he was younger and his experiences with movies and making them, and it goes all the way up until before they started production on the King Kong remake. So it covers a great deal of stuff. Yeah, and you really get a sense of how they learned a lot when they did Bad Taste and Brain Dead and Meet the Feebles and those sorts of movies. They basically didn't have a lot of screenwriting sort of knowledge in terms of techniques, but it was something that they gradually learned. And if you watch Heavenly Creatures, that was the movie that showed that they could actually do more than just horror films as well. That was the beginning of their journey to prove that they could do that.
I can imagine that. And what about you, Richard? What are your closing thoughts on this third and final film?
I just cannot. I don't think there was ever anything like these films before, and I don't think there ever will be again. This is the blockbuster franchise as far as I'm concerned.
It was the perfect marriage of high drama and storytelling that we admire in smaller independent pictures, as well as the power and spectacle of blockbuster filmmaking. And very few films are able to achieve that fine balance, but as well as elevate both mediums of blockbuster spectacle and down-to-earth filmic storytelling.
I agree with that entirely. I don't think there's anything I can say to add to that.
And yes, ultimately the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and I think Return of the King, accomplished that to the highest possible standard. And one last thing to anyone who says that Return of the King only won Best Picture due to lack of competition, or because it didn't, or say that it isn't as good as all that and doesn't hold up. 2 words: screw you. And I regret having to say that because I shouldn't give into such petty thoughts, but still, everything I have seen, everything I've felt over the course of this film, and yes, even all 6 films, stands as an enormous testimony against that mindset.
Well, I don't think I'll ever stop watching these films, and I'm sure I will revisit them in the future. And for a very personal thing, Boromir is one of my favourite film characters.
There are so many favourite film characters here that I say stand above even some of the more iconic ones, like Indiana Jones, whether it's Frodo and Bilbo Baggins, Gandalf the Grey, Aragorn, Thorin Oakenshield, or even Elrond, Half-Elven. These characters elevate an already tremendous story. They will endure, and whatever problems or issues people may or may not have with all 6 films or just one of them, they and the work of Tolkien will always stand, and they will stand the test of time.
Absolutely. I mean, they've stood the test of time for many decades in text form before the films and before any sort of adaptation came along to bring in new fans. And I just think it's the strength of Tolkien's writings that he was able to create such a world and characters that do stand the test of time. And there's a lot of themes that we've spoken about all through these commentaries that Tolkien had in his work. And I think the best compliment I can give to these movies is that they definitely captured the essence of Tolkien's writings, even if they did stray and come up with things that weren't in the novels and went their own directions with some things. I do think that thematically there's a lot of themes that they definitely captured properly when they adapted his works into these films. So it just is one of those situations where I'll always be grateful that these movies exist, because it's such a great visual and audio representation of Tolkien's work.
Absolutely. And I think with that, we should sign off. It's been a fantastic journey with you two gentlemen, and always a wonderful time to revisit Middle-earth.
It's been a privilege and an honour, gentlemen.
It absolutely has, guys, and I just want to say that a lot of people don't know that we've had a few technical difficulties all across our commentaries, but you know, I'm just so glad that we still pulled through, and we showed that you shouldn't give up. So if you're having any technical difficulties with things or any other problems in life, just know that you know, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and you can get through struggles. And I just want to thank you guys for you know, being able to ride the waves of these kinds of things that we've experienced doing these audio commentaries.
Indeed. So until our next commentary, which may or may not be another fantasy film or medieval period piece, until next time, thank you so much for accompanying us on this great journey of ours. And until next time, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you for journeying with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.